Hello, hello, everybody. How are you all doing? I hope you're all having a lovely time. My name is Term. I'm the Axolotl of the Lighthouse, and I do my best to create a calm and cozy atmosphere for those of us just trying to find refuge from the storms of day-to-day life. How's everybody been doing? Looks like everybody's been slowly filing in. Looks like we got hello Kohal. Enjoy all of your pebbles. I know you're very excited about the game we're playing. Hello, Gob. It's wonderful to see you. Same to you, Cloudbear. It's always wonderful to see you. We will make sure to have a good stream just for you. It's gay time. It's not just gay time. Take a look at the title. Twitch isn't homophobic well, Twitch is less homophobic. I was able to put the word into the title. It didn't stop me. I was able to put it in there. I was able to put in the word. I'm so excited. It's not often that I get to actually use the word. Last time I tried to use the word, they stopped me from being able to use it. And I was really angry about it. But now we get to use it. At least I hope that we get to use it. It says that I'm using it. I hope that I'm using it. But before we get into today, I do have a couple announcements I need to make. First off, a lot of you who more than likely know that Twitch is going to be going up in price on their subscriptions. They're going to be going up to about $6 per gift sub per regular sub. I got to use the word lesbians. I was so excited. One sec. Let me add that. Let me add that to the quote book. There we go. If I can spell quote right. And if I remember the command right. Did that do it? I hope that did it. It's a good quote. Worst comes to worst, I'll go back through it and see if I can find it. Quote ad mayhaps. You know, that's probably it. But as I was saying, for all of you who don't know, Twitch is going up in their price for... how to put it? They're going up in price on gifts, on just subs in general. And while that's great for content creators like myself, it also, unfortunately, pushes off, because I still end up getting a bit more money from that. It's not good for you guys as consumers. I understand. I wanted to go ahead and let you guys know up front before it goes through. I believe it's the 11th that they're going to be officially rolling it through. So if that dollar extra is too much for you, feel free to cancel your subscription. I'm not going to hold it against you. I try my best. I like I said, rule 0 always comes first. But I will say, if you still don't like ads, I may or may not have something that you can look through on the merch site. I have if you don't like ads but you still want to support the channel, there are ways. I won't say it out loud because I don't think I can say it out loud, but there's things. All right, let's see if that worked. Yep, there it is. Oh no, that oh wait, it was probably quote ad one word. Number 30. Quote. Ah, dang it. Ah, well. I hope you all are having a lovely day. I'm gonna go ahead and, after getting that announcement out of the way, I'm gonna go ahead and open up this real quick. Did I? Alright. Let me go ahead and... what question are we on? Have I ever dreamed the same dream several nights in a row? I don't believe so. Bit of an unfortunate and sad fact about me. I don't vividly remember dreams. I just kind of conk out, and then a little bit later I wake up. Sometimes I'll get some vague impressions, but I don't get to really be conscious during my dreams like many other people are. And it's sad, but I guess in some way it means that I just gotta make the dreams that I have out here a reality, you know? Spending less time in there and more time out here. You know. But we're gonna go ahead and start off this Pride Month by playing a game that I got last year that I never got a chance to play, that I know a lot of people have told me is really, really good. Love's Crescendo. Love's Crescendo is, from what I understand, a very lovely visual novel about, you know, I wonder what it could be about. This color scheme I wonder. But in all seriousness, after looking through some of the settings, that is also very loud. I was sure I lowered the effects on that. I don't think the effects affect that. It's so good. No, you are all good for caps lock. That is completely valid. You know, it mimics your excitement. From what I understand, after looking through the settings, I was able to find some interesting things which make this less of a visual novel. But besides that, I am more than excited. But first things first, we need to get into the prologue, because I'm pretty sure we all need to know how this all goes. Oh, look at that! On one particularly cold winter day in Quebec, Canada, 104 third-year students sit in a half-empty university hall listening to their professor explain the requirements of their final exam. Oh, am I... Oh, if I press space, okay. You may choose up to 5 instruments to include in the final piece. I only give games to friends if they, the games that is, are very gay, or will make them cry. Absolutely. For most of the students here today, this would be their final year of study before moving on to pursue their musical careers. Your composition must be made entirely on your own, but you can enlist your friends to help with the performance if needed. A lifelong dream for some. For others, it was just more assessments to pass before graduating. I know you're all excited to be graduating this year, but remember, it's imperative that amongst the many tired third years faces sit one eager person in the middle back row of the lecture hall. A girl with hair as black as winter's night, and eyes the same color as the the blue flag iris flowers of Quebec. She rests her chin on her right palm as she daydreams of the song she will compose. A piece so emotional, so moving, that it'll bring its listeners to tears. Oh, I already love you. Look at you. You are determined. Her thin lips involuntarily curl into an arrogant smile at the very thought of showcasing that final song. This is gonna be a cakewalk. As the talented Gia Woods, I'm assuming Gia Woods, once sang, I want you, but darling, don't be so naive. 2 weeks later. This isn't right either. I slam my palms down onto the piano keys in front of me, the messy notes echoing through the room to mock me. The chords of the song playing in my head refuse to come to light no matter how many times I put my fingers on the ivory keys. Glancing to my left, I see the sun has already set, and it's completely dark outside. I check my phone to confirm the time. 8 p.m. It's already been 2 hours? I fling my head back and let out a groan. Where did the day go? I've been working on my final composition for 2 weeks now, and it feels like I'm stuck where I was 2 weeks ago. I was too naive at the beginning of the semester. I already knew exactly what kind of song I wanted to compose, something that would tug at the audience heartstrings and bring them to tears. Something emotional, something sorrowful, something that would be forever ingrained in the hearts and ears of my assessor, and anyone else that were to hear my song. That shouldn't be too hard, right? I thought I knew exactly what I wanted to make and that it would just come to me naturally like everything else in my life. But I was wrong. It's hard to convey feelings of pain and sorrow when I haven't really experienced them. I let out a tired sigh. I haven't gotten anywhere with this. I'm gonna need more than just a deep breath to ease my frustration. Sitting back up, I crack my back while straightening my posture. I intertwine my fingers and stretch them out in front of me. I feel the much-needed pull from my shoulders all the way to my wrists that help loosen me up. Oh, right. I keep wanting to use space. The tension in my body slowly fades, but it doesn't disappear entirely. Okay, let's try this one more time. I just have to play the notes on the piano like how I've written them. In theory, the song should be amazing. In theory. But in practice is an entirely different thing. Alright. When the notes reach the target at the bottom of the screen, click the corresponding button on your keyboard. Tap the keys for blue notes and hold them down for orange. Points are rewarded based on accuracy, so make sure to time those beats correctly. How you play can affect your relationships in the story, but don't sweat it too much. The ending is not influenced by how you perform in these minigames. Just future scenes. So are you ready to give it a shot? Now I'm concerned. I should have held on to that. I need to change up the keybinds on this. B+. Pass your first track. Give me a sec while I go to settings real quick. There we go. Hopefully that's better. My fingers dance along the keys with perfect coordination, perfect rhythm, perfect everything. And yet, as a whole, it still lacks some sort of emotional substance. I'm playing everything correctly! Why doesn't it sound like it does in my head? I'm failing to concentrate, and failure is not something I wish to be an expert in. I was wondering if there was a stray cat walking over the piano. Turned out to just be you. The sudden voice surprised me. I turned the door to find a familiar figure standing with his arms crossed, leaning against a doorframe. His smug face perfectly conveys his snarky personality. Something that I mimic when we're together. I thought the devil had walked in. Turns out I was right. Xavier, a friend from high school who happened to be studying at the same university and class as me, scoffs at my witty comeback before entering the room. Very funny. The sarcasm is spread on thick like maple syrup. What are you doing? I shuffle around my seat, turning to face him as we speak. Composing. For our final assessment? Yes, what do you think so far? He takes a cautious step back. I wouldn't be surprised if you had to repeat the subject next year. Rude? He chuckles at my reaction before pacing around the room. What's wrong? I've heard you play before. You're usually better than this. I let out a mock gasp of surprise. Was that a compliment? Does the devil care about me? Forget it, I'm going home. I reach out and grab his arm before he can walk past me. Come on, I'm just joking. He brushes my hand away with his own. He was always disliked any physical contact. I'm almost done composing, but I just can't seem to play it right. I mean, it doesn't sound right. There's no emotion. I've always been good at picking up any instrument and just mimicking how it's played by someone else. I'm a genius after all, right? Xavier rolls his eyes. I have always been gifted with my ability to naturally learn any instrument I'm interested in. After all, it's just a matter of listening carefully and recreating the notes. Well, I could learn easily, but aside from string instruments, I wouldn't say I've mastered any. Your genius talent is almost robotic. That's right! But I want the final piece to be heart-wrenching, breathtaking, mind-blowing! I move my arms in a grand gesture to further exemplify what I mean. I'm sure Xavier would have understood even without the gestures. Well, good luck with that. He snickers. You're not genuine at all. I let out another exhausted sigh as I stand up and get ready to leave. I've been here for so long, and I doubt I'll make any more progress tonight. How about you doing on your composition, by the way? Great! He had such a smug face. I'm composing a piano piece with violin and drums as accompaniment. When did you learn to play violin? I can't play it very well, so I'm getting two friends to help perform. What? Are you allowed to do that? He arches his brow as he turns to me and speaks in a confused tone. Yes? Don't you remember the professor saying that we could get other people to perform our compositions for us? No, I don't recall him saying that. Xavier rolls his eyes so far back it seems as if they'd fall out of his head. Well, you can. If you're having so much trouble with the actual performance of your song, and not the composing itself, maybe you could find someone to play for you. That's an option that I didn't know I had. No one really comes to mind, though. If I get someone else to perform my song, they would need to be able to express that sense of pain and sorrow and heartbreak that I can't. Someone who is not only a genius pianist at my level, but someone who knows what it's like to be hurt and can convey that. Now, where am I gonna find someone like that? The spotlight shines brightly on the center stage. A Yamaha CFX concert grand piano stands alone, waiting to be played, the first pianist from a lineup of 20 contestants. The audience made up of not only friends and family, but also producers and talent scouts, also wait with much anticipation. Amongst the crowd sitting in the upper right balcony are two professional musicians. They're here for one person, and one person only, their daughter. 17 years old, Cadence Stephanopoulos. I think I got that right on the first try. Oh, shoot, damn. Grew up learning the difference between a G chord and an A minor before she even knew how to write letters. Tonight is just another performance for her, another among many that she has already done and is expecting to do throughout her lifetime. Meanwhile, the other 19 contestants are nervous and twiddling their thumbs. Cadence can hardly wait to go out on stage. "You've got this, Cadence." "I know." I take a deep breath as I calm my nerves. No matter how many times I perform on stage, I always get the jitters before going out there. But I know that once my fingers touch those keys, those black and white keys, that any sense of anxiety I have will be blown away. I want to hurry up and play. My instructor let out a roaring chuckle as he pats me on the back. He always uses too much force and ends up hurting me. "Aha! Eager as always! That's my girl!" But I know he bears no ill will, so I can't bring myself to tell him to stop. "Is that her? The blonde?" "Yeah, I heard she's the favorite to win because of who her parents are. I heard the organizers are getting her to perform first to set the bar for everyone else." "Seriously? How is that fair?" "It's all nepotism, I tell you. She's not even all that good." "I bet." "Why don't they talk a little louder? Let the whole concert hall hear." This isn't the first time I've heard people talk about me in that way. Because my mother is a famous pianist and my father is a violinist that plays annually at Sydney Opera House, I often get people thinking that I've only gotten to where I am today by riding my parents' coattails. But I know I'm good. Great. Maybe not as good as my mother. Not yet. But one day I hope to play alongside her. It's almost time! The MC booms over the speakers, explaining the schedule for the night. What to expect. Feel another painful pat on my back. Show them what you got. Take a deep breath before hearing my name announced. As she take me on stage without hesitation. The lights are so bright they almost blind me, shrouding 2/3 of the audience in darkness. I squint, my eyes trying to find my parents, but I can't see them. But that's fine. I know they're here tonight, watching me with excitement. They're always here for me. I make my way to center stage as I sit on the stool and carefully place my fingers on the keys. The position feels as natural as breathing to me. I take one final breath before starting. Here we go. God, this music is beautiful. And I remember when I used to get on stage, play with the rest of the wind ensemble, clarinet, an alto clarinet, and bassoon. I remember my band director had like a lot of faith in my abilities. And it was always nerve-wracking getting up there, because I knew for a fact that compared to the other people around me, I could have done a whole lot better. We'll get to why that was later. My fingers move on their own, knowing exactly where to go, keeping the perfect timing. The audience is silent with awe, mesmerized. I let my eyes close at one point and allowed the music to completely wash over me, engulfing me in a sea of music. This is perfect. This is bliss. This is what I love about music. We reach the outro and the end of my performance. My fingers dance the last remaining steps of the song. When I hit that last note, I feel the music reverberate through. After the still silence, the audience applause roars through the theater. I hadn't noticed how hot it was under the spotlight until now. I feel a bead of sweat run down my temple. I stand up and step towards the front of the stage. I stand and curtsy before hurrying back behind the curtain. I can finally breathe again. Cadence! Looking a few meters ahead, I see my instructor rushing over with heavy strides. I brace myself for what I know will be too much physical contact. Great job out there! With wide open arms, he gives me a tight bear hug and several proud pats on the back. I swear one day he's gonna whack the guts out of me. But I guess his enthusiasm is nice. Thanks. The night goes on with more amazing performances. Each contestant brings a bit of their individual flair and spice to their performance. I even find myself tapping away or swaying along with some of the songs. I don't even care about winning at this point. I'm just enjoying myself in the moment. When we reach the end of the night, the MC announces a 10-minute intermission to allow the judges to make their final decision. I'm stuck backstage with my instructor, nervously tapping my fingers against the chair next to me while we wait to hear the results. Some of the other contestants also sit and wait, whilst others can't seem to stay still. I spot one of the girls that has been bad-mouthing me earlier, casually pacing back and forth while reciting her acceptance speech. It's not like this is the ARIA Awards. The MC calls everyone back to the theater after the judges have made their verdict. The rest of the contestants and I sit in the waiting area, watching everything that goes on from a large screen mounted to the wall. Tensions are high as we await the results. I turn to my instructor. I can usually tell what he's thinking, but tonight I cannot for the life of me figure out what's going on through his head. He seems more nervous to know who the winner of tonight's competition is than me. If I don't win, I at least hope to take runner-up. My eyes wander back to the screen on the wall. The camera faces the front of the stage as the MC continues to speak. And that's why the runner-up for tonight is... He pauses for dramatic effect. Is this really necessary? Benjamin Wrinkle! The audience applauds as Ben walks out onto stage. He was good, really good, without a doubt. He deserves to win a place in tonight's competition. A sturdy hand grabs my shoulder for my attention. My instructor gives me a thumbs up before whispering under his breath. Looking good. They could be saying your name next. I honestly don't care about winning, but his faith in me is nice. That means the person who takes first place in tonight's competition is... There's no need to even hold my breath. Rumali! The girl who was practicing her acceptance speech earlier jumps up in excitement. Her friends congratulate her, but she doesn't even bother to thank them as she rushes out. I can't believe it. My heart sinks into my gut. I'm not upset about not placing, but out of all the contestants here tonight, why did the winner have to be the one with the worst attitude? Yes, her performance was good, I will give her that, but in what way was she better than me or Ben? The smug look on her face as she delivers her speech irritates me. At the end of the night, all the contestants head out into the foyer to look at their family and friends. Many are embraced in hugs and congratulated for their performance. Ben and Ruma both stand in front of a competition banner with their families on either side, a photographer directing them on how to pose. I spot my parents, talking to someone in a well-fitted suit. I've seen him before. He's a friend of my mother and runs a specialized musical college in America. They share a look of disappointment between them. My father notices me first and gestures with his hand for me to come over. Mom says farewell to her friend before I even start approaching. Cadence? His voice is soft and solemn. Cadence, honey, what happened out there? Mother has never raised her voice at me. She doesn't need to. She's always been able to get her point across to anyone she's spoken to simply by the inflections of her voice. I know I'm supposed to feel disappointed in myself. I tried my best, really. That was your best? I know you're joking, honey. Right. There's no way that was my best. If it was, then what have I been doing for the past 17 years of my life? I keep my head down and stare at the ugly tile floor beneath my feet. Mother let out a heavy sigh while stealing glances at Father. This is my fault. That gets my attention. Mom? I made you take on piano when you were so young, you didn't even get a chance to formulate your own opinion. What is she talking about? Day in, day out, it was practice, 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 after-school classes, entering into competitions. I live and breathe music, but I should have known that it was too much for you. Too much for me? I just saw so much of myself in you that I wasn't seeing you for you, honey. But I want to be like you, Mom. Honey, I love playing piano. My mother steps closer and tenderly places both of her hands on my shoulders, staring me straight in the eye with a look of self-shame and disappointment. But do you even like playing piano? Of course, because what we saw out there would suggest not, honey. But I do love piano. I love the way the wooden keys feel underneath my fingertips. I love the sound that resonates in my ears. I love the way my parents smile when they hear me play. Right now, they're not smiling. I can't hear the music in my ears. My fingertips feel cold. Do I even like playing piano? Ouch! Ah! God damn it! Ah! I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm good. Definitely not feeling some empathetic emotions there that I have experienced once before. Definitely not. Ouch! It was something else. Totally. Woo! Ah! Someone once said, music is a piece of art that goes into the ears straight to the heart. I can clearly recall the first time a piece of music moved me. I was 7 years old. We had a kooky substitute teacher that brought in his guitar, a cherry red Gibson Hummingbird. He played songs throughout the day to greet us, songs to help us learn, and even played a song while we ate at lunch. But none of those were what shook my soul. Instead, it was a moment when he played an on-the-fly song from a distraught little girl. This little girl had no friends and was being ostracized by the other kids in her class. He cried deafeningly. But to cheer her up, he made her a song. It wasn't something that was planned. Barely any thought went into it. The melody was all over the place and the lyrics didn't even rhyme. But it moved her. In that moment, when the last chords were strummed, the little girl's tears stopped and were replaced with a wide smile. Class was silent. That little girl was my classmate, and I was, in fact, one of the kids that had upset her. Ugh. Seeing the substitute calm her down with one student who had a tendency to erupt into tears at the drop of a hat was nothing but a simple song that he made up on the spot. It really blew my mind. On that day, I made it my life goal to compose a song that would bring its listeners to tears. Although my original intention when I was 7 years old was to make listeners cry in pain and sorrow. Now I'm a grown 21-year-old adult with a sense of guilt and a conscience. I want to compose a song that will touch listeners' hearts and induce tears of joy and fulfillment. That was the plan, but when my eyes followed the symbols of the music sheet in front of me, my fingers stiffly played several keys on a baby grand piano. My muscles are tense from frustration welling up inside me. My ears register the notes, but the music doesn't reach my heart. I give up and haphazardly slam several keys at once. Why can't I get this right? A song to touch people's hearts, a song to move the soul, a song to bring people to tears. No matter how amazing this song may sound in my head, I can't seem to actually actualize it. Did I write the wrong notes? Are my piano skills too inadequate? No, it can't be either of those. Exhaling a long sigh, I peer at the digital clock hanging on the back wall. 7:26. I have the music room booked until 8 tonight. Stretching both arms above my head, I straighten my posture and feel my muscles tense firmly before relaxing. I need a break. Reaching under my seat, I rummage through the black canvas backpack to find a wallet. A trip to the vending machines for a snack should give me just enough time to reset my fingers. I leave the rest of my belongings behind as I exit the music room, where I shouldn't be anyone else around at this hour. The nearest vending machine is a short walk down the hallway, around the corner, and right next to the exit door. One sec, let me get a look at this. Is that the pan flag in the background? As well as the lesbian flag? Oh, you. Oh, you. We got some gay pride on the left. Y'all can't see that. You can't see where I'm pointing, but everybody else can. Got cans and soda pop. I don't see the snack machine. I see a drink machine, but also, my word, if this place doesn't exude, like, privilege, I don't know what is. Look at all this. God, white walls with white columns and white ceilings. God, you couldn't have more white in one place if you went to a Cracker Barrel. See, there are things that enter into your brain, and you just decide, why not? The nearest vending machine is a short walk down from the hallway around the corner, right next to an exit door. It sells a wide variety of soft drinks and overpriced bottles of water, but I always go for the same thing: banana-flavored milk. I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's smooth, delicious, and doesn't make me feel bloated like a soft drink does. Okay, valid points. I still don't agree with you. I insert my card and punch in the numbers for my drink. As the machine whirs and slowly ejects my milky beverage, my ears pick up the sound of something else. Something familiar. The piano. I grab my drink and casually stride back to the music room. It's not too far, so I'm sure to run into whomever is playing. As I draw nearer, my pace begins to slack. The tune they're playing sounds familiar. Whoever's playing that piano, they're playing my song! The door is open ajar and I gently push it wider and peer inside. Flowing, long blonde hair contrasts with the dark black piano in front of the pianist. Their slender fingers move rhythmically, playing each note perfectly, and creating the tender melody I had played in my head for so long, but failed to recreate. A song to touch people's hearts, a song to move the soul, a song to bring people to tears. This is the song I want. And this is the person to bring my song to life. I stand in silence, enjoying the performance in front of me. The pianist faces away from the door and doesn't seem to have noticed my presence yet. Getting comfortable, I shove my drink into my coat pocket before crossing my arms and leaning against the doorframe. It takes me a moment, but to notice that my lips have curled themselves into a smile. My song. I never considered having someone else play it. When I play it, it sounds mechanical. I'm hitting all the right notes with all the right timings, but it's not enough to reach a person's heart. When the stranger plays it, it sounds like she's reaching forward and desperately trying to grab onto me. The way she plays my song, it's burrowing deeper and deeper into my soul, but it's missing something. It's not enough to reach it. It's not enough to reach my heart. At least not yet. She plays the final keys and pauses to let the sound in the room settle. I hear her sigh. That's my cue. Nonchalantly, I clap my hands together and give the pianist a slow applause for her performance. She jumps with surprise before spinning her head around like a startled owl. That was amazing! The pianist's widened brown eyes dart around the room before settling back onto me. Thank you? No, seriously! I take a step further into the room. He stiffens. You played that perfectly! Another step. I was absolutely mesmerized. And another. You absolutely have to play for me at my final performance. The last step I take puts me right in front of the pianist, close enough to see just how confused she is from my sudden entry. Excuse me, but I don't know who you are. I'm Valerie. I paused and wait for her introduction. Okay. It doesn't come. And you are? She leans further away while remaining seated. How am I going to convince this person to play for me? That piece you played just now, I'm the one that's composed it. I show her my proudest smile, which she responds with a slight nod of acknowledgement, but nothing else. I see. Sorry for playing it without your permission. What? Why are you apologizing? Didn't you hear what I just said? I was mesmerized by the way you played my song. I've been trying to perfect it for weeks, but I couldn't seem to get it right. I gesture little circles with my hand in front of me while trying to think of the right word to say. The right vibe, you know? The pianist stares blankly at me. No, I don't know. Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. Can you tell me your name, please? She carefully considers the request. It's Cadence. Cadence! Even your name is perfect! She rolls her eyes like a wagon wheel. Cadence, you have the right vibe, and that is why I need you to be the one to play my song for me. Her reluctance is glaringly evident. I'm sorry, but I think you should find someone else. Hastily grabbing her belongings, Cadence pushes past me and darts towards the door. Wait! I reach out to stop her, but my fingers fall short of her sleeve. Chasing her out the door, I exit the music room to see her already turning the corner. That girl sure can run. I follow her path, but not long after passing the vending machine do I slip on something and fall to the floor. Ow! Fading sound of hurried footsteps echo from the other side of the exit door. She's gone. I remain on the floor while rubbing my bum. That's definitely going to bruise. Taking my shaken-up banana milk drink from my pocket, luckily I didn't land on it, I press the cold beverage against my sore behind. It helps a little. Scanning my surroundings, I spot the cause of the fall. Plastic ID card. I carefully inspect the name. Cadence Stephanopoulos. My lips once again curl into a smile. I'm definitely going to convince you to play for me. Just you wait, Caden. It was Louis Armstrong that said musicians don't retire. They stop when there's no more music in them. I used to love listening to my mother play piano, my father play violin before and after school. Melodies from Arvo Part, Yeruma, and Nyman would fill my week mornings, the soundtrack of my life. I was taught piano from a very young age. Being the child of two world-renowned musicians, it was no surprise that I inherited their aptitude for music. They were so proud of me. It made me happy to see them smile. But somewhere along the way, that pride turned into expectation. My happiness turned into feelings of obligation. Of course I would master piano. Of course I would win awards and recognition. Of course I could carry on my parents' legacy. Of course. There was never any doubt about it, not in their minds. But what about mine? All it took was one question to plant a single seed of doubt in me. Do you even like playing piano? The first time I heard those words, I thought they were absurd. Yes, of course I like playing piano. Why would I play piano if I didn't enjoy it? To satisfy my parents? I told myself that wasn't the case. But more and more people began questioning me, like a gardener watering his seedling, and the more I heard it, the bigger that doubt grew and grew until one day I didn't win. It was a statewide school competition. I made it to the final performance, representing not just my school, but my whole district. I was the first person to perform that night, and I had fun. So much fun! I was able to listen to all the other competitors play, and I truly admired their skills. The sight of polished ebony and ivory, the feel of solid keys under my fingertips, the sound of perfectly tuned notes. The whole experience told me that I genuinely enjoyed myself. But at the end of the night, I didn't win. I didn't even place second in the competition. That's when my parents, people that first nurtured my love for music, accused me. Do you even want to play? Do I? If I was playing for myself, then why did I feel so terrible? If I was playing for my parents, then what do I do when they're disappointed? I don't know. Do I even like piano? Oh, we're back in the gay hallway. I'm gonna focus on the bulletin boards and not the backgrounds. I wonder what this little rule means. Oh well, we got hidden trans flags. We got the pan flag there. Got bi. That's always fun. We got a lot of good little hidden color coordination on this board here. Pressing the button on the side of my phone to raise the smooth voices of Ella Fitzgerald and Louis Armstrong, drown out the chaotic noises of busy foot traffic and fellow students waiting in line at the administration desk. It's 11 in the morning, so everyone is either on their way to an early lunch with their friends or on their way to their next lecture. Fortunately, my class isn't until 12. Unfortunately, I lost my student ID 2 days ago, and now I have to spend part of my lunch hour waiting in this stagnant queue. I checked the lost and found desk yesterday, and no luck. I retraced my steps around uni. Nothing. Since I'm still new to Quebec, I don't have any friends I could call upon to help me out. In the end, I'll just have to ask for a new ID card. What a great way to start my semester abroad. I roll my shoulders back to loosen them up, letting go of some of the stress that's been getting to me. Hi! I jump back in response to the sudden greeting. A black-haired woman stands a little too close for comfort with a wide smile on her face as she gives me a small but friendly wave. Hello? Remember me? I don't. Who is this person? Scanning the stranger head to toe, I see nothing about her that triggers any name or face in my memories. The other day? The other night? My eyes slowly widen as I recall the events in the music room 2 nights prior. Oh! The composer! Her face lightens with glee. I take my left earbud out to let it hang so I can hear what the person has to say. So, do you remember me? Just barely. Her smile disappears as she slumps her shoulders. Well, let me refresh your memory. I'm Valerie. She offers a hand out for a shake. Clutching the straps of my backpack, I try to avoid any physical contact with the stranger. She's been acting too friendly for someone I just learned the name of. Picking up my subtle hint, Valerie retracts her hand and instead offers me a bright smile. Anyway, I'm glad I found you! You are? Have you given my offer any thought? Your offer? She's talking about the other night, then. You mean how you demanded that I play your song for you? You could look at it like that, or you could look at it as an opportunity to perform the next great masterpiece of the century! Her wide hand gesture suggests she might have done theater in the past. No, honey, she's just gay. Honey, I hate to tell you this, she's just gay. I mean, she might have had theater in the past, but that more just exacerbates the actions. I respectfully decline. The queue in front of me starts to move, and I follow the flow, and for some reason Valerie tags along beside me. Won't you reconsider? Like I said, the other night when I heard you play my song, I instantly felt something within me. Like a spark. The persistence of this woman is almost commendable. Almost. You called it a vibe. Oh, you remember that, eh? Then you must have felt it too when we were playing. Why did I have to open my mouth? I take another step forward in the queue. Once again, I respectfully decline. Of course, I'm not asking you to do this for nothing in return. She paces side to side in front of me with her finger on her chin. Her jet black hair sways with each step. Suddenly stopping in place, Valerie makes an expression that tells me she thought of a brilliant idea. At least, an idea that she thinks is brilliant. How about this? If you help me out, I'll treat you to lunch at your favorite restaurant. But, please go easy on my wallet. I'm a college student, too, after all. Not like I even know any restaurants in town. I decline. She stares blankly at me, waiting for something else. Her lips curl into a mock snigger before she, speaks. Not respectfully this time. Ah! My cheeks puff with laughter as I try to subdue. It was a dumb joke, but it caught me by surprise. Let out the smallest of chuckles, and I hide my face by turning away. You laughed! I let out a slow, deep breath to compose myself, straightening my back and slowly turning around. I face the tenacious woman before speaking in the most serious tone I can muster. No. A smile on her face tells me that she doesn't take me seriously. We both take another step forward in the queue. Okay, how about lunch and dinner? She leans a little closer, but remains at arm's length. There's a suspicious twinkle in her eye. 2 free meals, what do you say? Sounds like a sweet deal, right? Free? Aren't you asking me to learn a new song and play it in front of an audience for your sake? I'd hardly call that free. You're right. 3 meals in exchange for your time and services. I can negotiate all day! She holds up 3 fingers on her left hand. This game, you can see through the camera, because I just did that. You really aren't going to take no for an answer, are you? I step past her as the line progresses, but she once again treads ahead of me to continue her negotiation. Seeing her standing her ground firmly in front of me, but relaxing her shoulders to welcome me, I struggle to gauge if I should be intimidated or not. She sounds so sweet. She really is. We've already, It's just adorable. Also, hello, Purple. If it could have been anyone, then I would have asked someone else. There's a wave of determination in their eyes. But Cadence, it has to be you! This might sound cliche, but when I heard you play my song, I knew straight away... I'm sorry, what? You knew it how? Don't kid yourself. Get out of that closet. One of these days, I'm going to get slapped by somebody for all these jokes that I make. I knew straight away that you were the one. You're right, that does sound cliche. Laughing lightheartedly, Valerie continues to try and convince me. How about we just have lunch together first, get to know me, and then decide if you want to help me out of the goodness of your own beautiful heart. Beautiful? You think you can win me over with lunch and flattery? Well, it might be easier if you weren't in a rush. I actually have a workshop I need to get to, and I've been waiting in line for nearly 15 minutes. 15 minutes? I checked the phone. She's right. There's only one other person ahead of me now. What do you need to do at the admin desk anyway? I look Valerie up and down, trying to decide how much I want to let her into my own personal affairs. Although now that I think about it, I did lose my ID card on the same night that I first met her. Perhaps she'll know where it is. I lost something. Her big blue eyes widen for a moment. Could you be talking about... Reaching into the pocket of her jacket, Valerie pulls out a small white card. My ID card! You dropped this the other night. As I suspected. I place an open palm out in front of me, waiting for her to return my ID card, but I suspect she might not. I wonder if she's the type of person to blackmail others into getting her way. Here, make sure to put it somewhere safe next time. Taking my hand in hers, Valerie carefully places the plastic card in my palm. The warmth of her fingers runs all the way up my arm. She doesn't let go. Instead, she leans closer. She smells like tropical shampoo. I know you're under no obligation to do what I request, but please, at least consider joining me for lunch. I want to convince you to make music with me. OMG, are these lesbians? Yes! First off, look at the coloration of it. Look at what they're wearing. They're a walking lesbian flag. Also, all of these back here. I want to know what all of these posters are saying. Let's go! And I get to put it in the title, so Twitch isn't as homophobic anymore. Twitch heard about my rant a year ago and decided it needed to be fixed now. Because I really want to make music with you, Cadence. The heat rushes through my body. I feel it creeping up my neck and spreading to my cheeks. Making music with someone. Never really thought about it. When she eventually lets go of my hand, the fever doesn't subside straight away, but instead lingers for a moment. I have to go now, but if you're willing to join me for lunch tomorrow, I'll meet you back here at 11. As she takes a step back, I subconsciously shout out, I have a lecture at 11! What am I saying? So, make it 12. Why did I say that? I don't actually want to work with her. Do I? OMG! No homophobia! Exactly. On Pride Month. It was a great gift. If only humans could take note from from Twitch and its inclusivity. It does a good job. There are things that it could improve, but I am happy that they take the steps, that they are taking steps. I try to treat big corporations like really old people, where where I sit there and I'm like, oh man, Twitch got itself together. We say that, but they're kind of making. It depends on where you're looking. That reminds me, I'm gonna go ahead and remind everybody right now. Twitch, I believe on the 11th, is going to be raising sub prices by $1. So it's good for creators, because we end up getting a bit more from that, like 50 cents extra every sub. But it's not good for the consumer, and I wanted to warn you guys ahead of time, let you know that you are more than welcome to cancel your subscriptions as you see it. You know? Your nose is homophobic. Oh, do you have the sniffles today? Ooh, the sniffles are the worst. Especially with it, being... Well, I guess spring is over and now it's summer, so, like, most of the pollen issues are gone, so it's... I don't know. I don't know. Nope. Oh. Oh, if you use the scroll wheel, you can go back or forward. Valerie's lips widen in a smile that's almost too big for her face. Okay, I'll meet you here at 12 tomorrow. Okay. She takes several steps backwards, keeping her eyes on me for as long as she can while leaving the foyer. Remember, 12 tomorrow, right here! She bumps into a student. I watch as she turns around and apologizes profusely. Once the other person accepts her apology and leaves, Valerie looks back over her shoulder at me with an embarrassed expression. Yep, she definitely just made a fool of herself in front of me. I agreed to meet Cadence at midday today, but after my 11 a.m. morning lecture, I'm basically finished with school. Grabbing a light snack and hanging out with my friend for a little while, I arrive at our rendezvous spot 10 minutes early. It took a lot of perseverance just to get Cadence to agree to join me for lunch. If composing music doesn't work out, perhaps I should consider a different line of work. Hostage negotiator? I like how you had so much confusion in your voice when you read that. But yes, I've got allergies. Yeah. I had a singular moment where I'm like, this is either like a self-conscious dig, which don't say that about yourself. Your body's beautiful, every bit of it, even the parts that you might not enjoy. But then I went to the more likely conclusion, which was allergies. I hope I'll be able to convince her to play with me. I just can't seem to shake the image of her figure in front of the piano from that day. The beat of the song, my song, replays in my ears and mind and my heart. My heart? Composing a song that reaches the heart of the audience. I believe I'll be able to do it with her. I'll be able to do it with her. Wow. That sounded very cliche in my head. Would it work if I said that to Cadence? I loiter around the side of the foyer, pacing back and forth in front of the vending machine, checking my wristwatch, the tiny black arms indicating that there's less than a minute before we're supposed to meet. You don't have a digital watch? Man, you are styling. Will she even show? Scanning my surroundings one last time, I finally spot her. Well, half of her. A petite figure conceals part of herself behind one of the interior pillars, her head poking slightly into view as she surveys me from afar. Her cautious expression tells me I shouldn't get too excited. Just because she showed up, she still has the chance to turn down the proposal. I should treat the situation like how I would approach a stray cat, making no sudden movements, proceed slowly, and offer up some snacks. See, I was going to say, this feels, unrealistic, but if someone came up to me and, really slowly, and then just held out some snacks for me, I'm not gonna lie, that person, I'm indebted to that person at that point. They could ask me to kill somebody, I would eat it, and they'd be like, yep, there's your prize, and there's your mark. And I would do it. Listen, I am very motivated by food. My lips curl into a smile, and then I dip my hands into my coat pockets as I feel the small, crinkly wrapper. I approach Cadence, slowly, flashing my friendliest smile. Seeing my advancement, Cadence lets out an audible sigh before stepping out from behind the pillar. That's my cue to stop and let her come to me. Hi. Hello. We've made contact. You came after all. She rolls her big brown eyes, but doesn't say anything. I pull out a candy that was in my pocket, a strawberry-flavored Starburst chew. Casually, I offer it to her. Would you like one? No thanks. There's no delay in her refusal. Okay then. I unwrap the red candy and pop it in my mouth, no use letting it go to waste. Thanks for meeting with me. Cadence gives a slight nod of acknowledgement while clutching the straps of her backpack. So I said I'd treat you to lunch. Where would you like to go? Well, shorter girl tucks a loose strand of golden hair behind her ear. Her black eighth-note-shaped earring catches my eye. You must really love music. I'm not really familiar with the food in the area, so I don't mind where we go. Oh, you're not from this area? Where did you grow up? Sydney. Sydney? Yeah. Where is Sydney? Wait, unless she means... Sydney, Australia?! Oh, I've been giving you the wrong voice then. I'm not going to start doing an Aussie accent. This isn't from... No. I'm fighting the gremlin in my brain right now. Yes. Wow. I put my best Australian... No! I was doing so well! And the game is goading me into it! I put on my best Australian accent, which I must confess is not a very good one. Shall we throw some shrimp on the barbie? That is such I can't do a good Aussie impression. One sec, I gotta do a couple lines before to give this thing the benefit of the doubt. Because professionals have standards. Shall we throw some shrimp on the barbie? I don't know how well that sounds. Even I know it's a terrible joke, and I wouldn't blame Cadence if she walked away right then and there. Fortunately, she doesn't. You are very lucky. She does retreat a single step, but she's still here, putting up with me. This girl must be a little bit fond of me. Never say that in front of an Aussie again. My carefree chuckle contrasts with her serious tone. Okay, I promise I'll never say it again. Although I really want to shout out, Crikey! I hold myself back. I know she's sure to walk away if I do that. Oh, God. In that case, have you tried poutine yet? There's the smallest of twinkles in her eyes that she tries to hide. I haven't, but I've heard of it, and I wouldn't mind giving it a try. Great, I know the perfect place. It's close to the university, and the menu's affordable. You're gonna love it. You don't even know me. How do you know that I'll love it? Easy. You love music, don't you? There's a slight tilt to her head as she raises her eyebrows. Then you're gonna love this place, trust me. Her narrowed eyes show me her cautious nature, but I know with confidence that any lover of music will instantly fall in love with my favorite restaurant in all of Quebec. Are you gonna tell us where this place is? I need to know. If I ever get a chance, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's Quebec, so, like, you know, there's a lot of French stuff going on. So, like, you know, I'm not quite sure how I feel about that. Nothing against the French, it's just having a singular location that is almost entirely French is just kind of, like, not even, not even, like, French adjacent. Like, just French. I don't know. I'm just thinking of that one scene from Dan Versus where it's like, Quebec! I hate Quebec! I hate it! It's so good. I guide her quickly to the restaurant outside of campus. There's not much difference in the length of our strides, but I guess my pacing is at a higher tempo due to my excitement. Jesus, these are some fucking beautiful backgrounds. Occasionally I have to stop to let her catch up, but she doesn't once complain. Once we arrive, I gesture my arms in a wide, sweeping motion as we walk through the door. Ta-da! Welcome! I welcome my future pianist into what is undoubtedly the best restaurant in all of Quebec, La Pomme de Terre! One sec. That's gotta mean something, right? It's like the apple of something. There is no way that it's called the Potato. No! You cannot tell me that this place is called the Potato! You cannot sit here and tell me that someone with a straight face in the middle of Quebec called their place the Potato! Oh my god. I mean, like, a full-on direct translation is like, the apple of the earth, but that's just potato! The smell of potatoes cooked in a dozen different ways fills the air. Lurking and working, but I had to get my term resub. Oh, thank you.
Lurking and working, but had to get my term resub 3.
Yes, last time I streamed Pitchfork, you were broken. What happened today? I can never expect his faulty wiring to be working. I can never expect it to be on time. But it's okay, I love you anyway. You enjoy your day, Sky. You enjoy your lurking. You do some good work. We have just entered a restaurant called The Potato, but in French. La Pomme de Terre. Oven baked with cheese and bacon, roasted with herbs and spices, and of course, deep fried and topped with a generous amount of cheese and gravy. This restaurant is my paradise. It's mine too. The fact that this isn't a common thing down here, I have only seen one restaurant where I live that has it, and like they are a New York style pizza place, but they have like a side that are like, you can get like fries, and you can get like the obvious like cheesy like bacon fries or like other things like that, or like you know, whatever. But they have ones that have like cheese and brown gravy, and it's so good. It is the only place that has anything even remotely close to it. And they don't call it poutine. They don't call it that. Because, I don't know, I guess they don't want people thinking that they're a Canadian shop, because their whole thing is like, yeah, we got New York-style slices. You know, even though it's like, the pizzas are huge and very thin, and you can fold them up, and it's pizza, so it tastes good. But I'm getting off topic. I'm getting distracted with food when I need to get distracted with this lovely story that we're having. The delicious aroma isn't what is going to win my little Australian friend over. It's what's at the back of the restaurant that will convince her to play this song for me. The stage. In the back corner of the restaurant is a small elevated wooden stage, big enough to fit a 4-person band. There's an old keyboard, a drum kit set, and also a microphone that stands on the very edge. On weekends, paid musicians put on live shows in the diner, but during the week, the stage is open for diners to have a go at performing. Usually it's the young children that'll get fascinated by the instruments and play around on stage, at least until their parents get embarrassed and pull them off in a hurry. But every now and then, I like to show off what I can do, and now is one of those moments. Welcome to the best poutine place in all of Quebec. Cadence's chocolate brown eyes wander around the modern restaurant. She spots the keyboard in the back and doesn't show me any reaction beside the slight lingering of her attention. That's a big claim. Trust me, I am going to treat you to the best poutine that you have ever had. It will be the only poutine that I've ever had. Right, and therefore it's the best! She tries to hide the smile that creeps onto her lips. Until I find somewhere better. I wiggle my finger in the air while tutting at her statement. Not gonna happen. Guiding her further into the humble restaurant, I notice that my usual table is available, right next to the stage. I rush over and pull one of the wooden chairs facing the stage and gesture for Cadence to take a seat. However, she ignores my act of chivalry and walks around to the other side, taking a seat for herself facing away from the stage. Instead, she has a view of other tables and chairs in the front of the restaurant. Not really the best view, if you ask me. Are you sure you wouldn't like to sit facing this way? No, I'm good. Thank you. This was a miscalculation on my part. She nonchalantly tucks her backpack under the table before sitting back up with her perfect posture. Her eyes scan the surroundings one last time before losing interest and focusing on me. Aren't you going to sit down? I guess I am. I really wanted her to face the stage, though. Not to worry, I'll just have to perform some sort of amazing head-turning piece later. We don't wait long before the waitress walks over and takes our orders, and I order the cheesiest dish on the menu, while Cadence decides to go with something simple. When she's done writing down what we want, the waitress returns to behind the counter, and my attention returns to my future pianist. So, how long have you played piano? Cadence grabs the jug on the table and pours herself a glass of water. Weren't you trying to convince me to play your composition for you? There's the slightest bit of snark in her tone, but it's covered with a layer of caution. I don't see how telling you about myself is going to make me want to help you out. When the glass is full, she holds the jug and gives me a curious gaze, tilting her head slightly to the side. Do you want some? How kind of her. I push the glass closer to the middle of the table. Yes, please. And thank you. She fills my drink for me. You're right, but I want to know a little more about you. I guess I should start off by telling you more about myself, actually. I sit up and tall and flash my most confident smile, pointing finger guns at my companion as she sets a half-empty jug back on the table. My name's Valerie, as you already know. I am completing my 3rd year in a Bachelor of Music degree. Aside from piano, I can also play guitar, bass, ukulele, and drums. Pretty impressive, right? She shrugs her shoulders and nods with indifference. My goal for the future is to compose an award-winning soundtrack for a hit Hollywood movie. Something that'll bring the audience to tears. A real tear-jerker, you know? I see. There's a tinge of interest. Oh, and I'm also not originally from around here. I mean, I did live in Quebec City for most of my life, but I was actually born in Ottawa, the capital. And then I moved to the Quandra Islands for a few years. Great snow, not a lot of tourists. And then finally spent some time in Calgary. People call it Cowtown because of the Calgary Stampede, which is more of a rodeo than a stampede, unless they're talking about the people attending. I laugh at my own joke, but get no reaction from Cadence. I guess she didn't get it. But I've been living here for the past 6 years, so I know the area pretty well. Cadence takes a moment to process my little travel guide to my life. I get excited when I see her lips start to speak. You've traveled a lot. I have. Is it alright for me to prompt her now? What about yourself? She takes a swig of her drink before clearing her throat. This is actually my first time overseas. Wow, were you nervous? A little, yeah. And how are you settling in? Silence. Without her backpack to hold on to, she instead takes a lock of her hair and begins twirling it. I need to continue this conversation before it starts to get too awkward. Well, why did you decide to come to Canada? She takes another sip of her drink as she shrugs her shoulders again. I applied for a couple study abroad programs, and in the end, coming to Canada was the easiest to sort out. It was also the furthest place I could go. She mumbled that last bit under her breath, but I didn't have great hearing. I might have missed it. Her words sparked some curiosity in me. Why did she want to go somewhere far away? Before I can ask, the smell of delicious cheese and gravy in the air is in the air, and I spot the waitress that's carrying our food. I got the quatre fromage poutine, so the 4 cheese with bacon, and a patate original, so a regular. Both of my hands shoot right up. Quatre fromage right here. She places her dishes in front of us and gives a service smile before leaving. Comparing our food, mine is at least double the size of my companion's. That looks like a lot. I know! I usually struggle to eat the whole thing. You want to help me if I can't finish it? She raises an eyebrow. Have you ever heard of the expression, you reap what you sow? I have. Well? She leans in a little closer and points to the cheesy mountain in front of me. reap. I failed to hold back a snortle. What was that? Do you actually have a cheeky side to you? Caden's skin turns a rosy hue as she withdraws back into her chair. Okay, I'll eat it all. It'll take me a while, but in the meantime, why don't you tell me how long you've been playing piano? I take my fork into a couple of potato chips. And before you say anything else, I'll tell you first that I've only been playing piano for about 4 years. It's actually the most recent instrument I've picked up. Stuffing my mouth with the most delicious, cheesy carbs, I wait for Cadence's response. She lets out a short sigh before answering. I would say as long as I could remember, but I wouldn't even know how long that would be. What do you mean? I just mean that before I even knew what I was doing, I was already playing piano like it was second nature to me. There's something in her voice that troubles me. Apathy? Uncertainty? Ambivalence? Do you enjoy it? Her eyes widen in response. Glancing away, she lifts her chip-stuffed fork and fills her mouth to avoid answering. It's obviously uncomfortable. If I don't rectify the situation, she'll probably won't agree to play for me. You know, I wait for Cadence to look back at me. The first instrument I learned to play was the guitar. I had a teacher that inspired me when I was a kid, and from then on I wanted to move the hearts of the people around me with music. Guitar was easy, and I mastered it in less than a year. I thought it was some sort of musically gifted genius, but then I tried drums and realized I wasn't as great as I thought I was. I struggled, failed, and got frustrated. I was in a slump at one point and asked myself, why do I even bother? I thought about giving up. So, you know what I did? You tried harder? Nope, I gave up. Confusion filled Cadence's face. I gave up. I put the kit away in the corner of my spare room, didn't touch it, or my guitar for about a month. Instead, I focused on my schoolwork, hung out with my friends, even tried my hand at lacrosse at one point. And that was the worst week of my life. I'm not sure why you're telling me this. Because after I quit, I stopped thinking so hard about it. When I finally picked up the drumsticks again, I was no longer trying to master a new instrument to be a musical genius. I just wanted to play for fun. Doing something that isn't fun because you have this feeling of, I need to do this right, really doesn't help. That's why whenever I do things now, I do them because I enjoy myself. My goal is to write tear-jerking music, but I still want to have fun while I'm doing it. So, Cadence, are you having fun? There's hesitation. I'm not sure. Her words blame uncertainty, but her eyes tell me that she is aware of how she feels, covering them in denial. Well, I hope you have fun while you're here, Cadence. I give her a sincere smile as she attempts to mirror. Looking onto the stage behind me, I see the keyboard is already plugged into the wall and ready to go. A smirk creeps up to my face. Hey, want to see something cool? He blinks twice. What? Without saying anything, I push my chair back and make my way around to the table to the stage. Cadence turns in her seat and follows my movements. Hopping up onto the elevated platform, I press a couple of the white keys of the Casio to test how it sounds. Perfect. Shaking my arms and hands to loosen them up, I look back at Cadence, who is gazing up at me in her seat with confused curiosity. I can't contain my glee. I know the perfect song to play. You ready? I only wait for a second before rhythmically pressing the keys of the Casio to perform one of my favorite piano pieces. Oh, here we go. Here we go, everybody. Yeah, that was not that good. That was to be, thankfully. But I'll be real, I was a bit rusty on that. Slamming down the last note, I let the music ring in my ears for a while longer before lifting my fingers off the keys. A tingling sensation lingers through my body for a moment before subsiding. I turned to face Cadence. Her applause brings a smile to my face. Her big brown eyes are wide with awe. Wow, you're actually really good. Okay, good. I can't let the smugness get to me. Instead, I graciously bow to my one-person audience. Thank you. I keep the conversation going as I hop off the stage. So, was I cool? I guess a little? Just the slightest smidge. Her soft chuckle is pretty cute as she pinches her right thumb and index finger together. Well, even if it was just a smidge, that's enough for me. Plus, I make you laugh. Bonus points. She is surprised by my words. I return to my seat, sitting down in the wooden chair across the table from Cadence, my eyes never leaving hers. Cadence, I know we hardly know each other, but when I heard you play my song that night, I knew straight away that I needed you to play my song again. The times we've talked, you looked like you were always got something on your mind, like you're unsure about doing something. I don't know what you're holding back, but from what you've told me about coming to Canada, it sounds like you're looking for something. I don't know if you'll find what you're looking for here, but I think if you spend more time with me, you'll at least find yourself having a good time. I break in my speech and let her take it all in. Cadence's eyes blink more than usual. So, want to get to know each other a little better and maybe do some music together? Music expresses that which cannot be said, and on which it is impossible to be silent. Some French guy with a beard said that. I love how we have action. I love the humor of this game. We got like all these fancy people. We got Louis Armstrong. We got all these different like quotes, and then we get this one that's just some French guy with a beard. When a person listens to music, they start to feel something, whether it be joy or sorrow or catharsis. The listener is experiencing the same emotions as the composer that created the piece. Music has the ability to express one's feelings without words, without the need for the individual to be present and speaking. It transcends time. Think about the Bridal Chorus by Wagner. A classic composed long ago in the 1800s, and yet even now, people in the 21st century play this song as they walk down the aisle. And let's face it, we all have that one aunt in the family that starts to tear up the second that song starts playing. If I could compose a song that transcends time so the future generations felt what I feel, then they most certainly would not cry. I'm not the type to tear up during a sad movie, or even shed a tear when I break a leg while snowboarding. I don't cry or wallow in self-pity after a breakup, that just ain't me. My main driving forces are ambition and passion. I set my goals, and I do what I can to reach them, never getting down when things don't go as planned. That's not the type of music I want to write. I want to write music that'll showcase my abilities and demonstrate how multifaceted I am. Music to express an emotion that I rarely show myself. And that's why I need Cadence. I worked on my composition all weekend, and with Cadence in mind, and although it's not yet finished, I'm proud of what I have so far. We agreed to meet as often as we could in the music rooms to go over before the big day. Fortunately, I had pre-booked one of the rooms for the next 4 Mondays, and our university timetables matched up. Any other time we could meet up was just added bonuses. Much like the first time we met, Cadence looked stunning while sitting at the piano bench. Her straightened posture, carefully placed fingers atop the ivory-colored keys are a textbook example of a pianist. Before she even started playing, I can already hear the music in my head, a sweet melody of the morning sunrise. What is it? I'm snapped out of my daydream. I questioned back into reality. What? You're staring at me and you're not saying anything? Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. Oh, sorry about that. I was just thinking that you look like a textbook. Her eyebrows twitch. Excuse me? You know, like the pictures of perfect posture for piano players. Now that's a tongue twister. Try saying that 4 times fast really quickly. One sec. The pictures of perfect posture for piano players. The pictures of perfect posture for piano players. The picture of perfect posture for piano players. The picture of perfect posture for piano players. I had to do it. I had to do it. The ones that say that you need to have a straight back and your arms relaxed and your feet flat on the floor. Yeah, I know the ones. You look like the model pianist right now. Hayden shifts her body to face me completely, her expression telling me she's unsure about something. Aren't you the same, though? Everyone that plays piano should know these basics. You even had perfect posture when you were playing at the restaurant the other day. That's true, I guess, but it's not like I can see myself when I play. The sight of another person in front of the piano is a beautiful thing, don't you think? She takes a moment to carefully consider my words. I didn't think much of it when I spoke, but as her lips curl into a soft smile, I start to believe that maybe my words mean more to her than intended. You're right. It's beautiful, isn't it? Her eyes look lovingly down at the floor as if it were a carefully painted picture of someone special. I'm curious. Who's the person she had in mind just now? Are you thinking of someone in particular? Haynes quickly turns back to the keys to avoid answering. It's already 15 past, and if we don't start practicing now, we'll be out of time before I have to go to my lecture. Guess I'm not going to find out today. Okay, you're right. Let's get started. Are you ready? I am. There's a momentary pause before she speaks again. Are you ready? Yes? Why'd she ask me in such a serious voice? Maybe she thinks I'm not taking it seriously? Okay then. The room goes silent. Then she hits every key with perfect timing. I feel every note dance into my ears. My eyes instinctively close to appreciate the music. It's melancholic. This is it. That's the song that I wrote. It definitely sounds the way I intended it to, but it's still different to when I play. When I play, it sounds unnatural, almost robotic, but when Cadence plays it, it sounds like she's alive and being cautious, careful, uncertain. Like she's afraid of the piano and what it represents. Man, I want to know the meaning behind her music. The true beauty of music is that it connects people. A quote by Roy Ayers. I saw that on an Instagram post. There's over 100 students studying the same musical course as me. We are all connected by at least this one thing. Yet I can barely name more than several people from my cohort. Don't get me wrong, I could work with anyone if I needed to. But the resoluteness I feel towards working with Cadence is something different. It's like a perfectly tuned guitar string that has been plucked at just the right time in my life. And yet... You want me to join you for dinner? Yes, it'll be fun! You can't guarantee that. And yet the other strings were all out of tune. Look, there'll be live music, poutine, great company, what more could you want? Peace and quiet, a chicken parma, and I don't even know your friends. How long have you been in Canada for, Cadence? 3 months? 4? Also, don't hide that lesbian flag in the background! I see you! I got you on satellite! Oh god, I am... Only 7 weeks, Valerie. Oh, so not as long as I thought. But the point is, I'm about to make the point I'm about to make still stands. You've been here for over a month, and from my observations, you haven't made a single friend besides me. When did we become friends? The smile on her face lets me know that she's joking. When you started tolerating me, that's when. She scoffs at my answer, but her smile doesn't leave. Being serious, you need to experience the beauty that is Quebec, and the best way to do that is to meet the locals. Aside from attending classes and working on my song together, I haven't seen or heard Cadence mention anything else about her time here in Canada. She eats alone when I see her at lunch and spends her weekends watching Netflix. As an avid traveler myself, the very idea that she's squandering her semester abroad like this just irks me. Thank you for inviting me, Valerie, but I'm just gonna have a nice quiet night at home and try to get a head start on my assignments. Are you absolutely sure? Yes. Absolutely positive? Yes, Valerie. Okay, I understand, but just know that you're missing out on some great poutine. You really love poutine. It's the best! She tries to hide her smile by turning away, but I can still hear her muffled giggle. She's been showing more sides of herself to me lately. However, my great sense of humor hasn't been enough to convince her to spend more time. Belle, over here! My eyes follow the direction of the caller, landing on a familiar redhead wearing a black and blue shirt and stylish leather jacket layered on top. This friend group, my man. This friend group right here. I carefully maneuver my way to the table at the back of the restaurant, finding not one, not two, but three of my old high school friends seated. Please tell me that this character knows that they're gay, because this is the most queer-coded friend group I've ever seen. Look at them. Like, I'm not one to put people into little boxes, but look at them! Also, sir, why are you dressed like Sans Undertale? Why? I'm not gonna be able to unsee that. You got the blue eyes, too. Are you actually Sans? I don't know. Carefully maneuver my way to the table. Not one, but two, but three friends. Hi, guys! Opal stands from her seat to embrace me with a warm hug. She always gives the best hugs. Long time no see, Val. Too long. Opal is that little ball of sunshine friend that everyone has, and the one with plenty of optimism to share around. Sometimes too much optimism. Nisi's group zones into the himbo-looking man at the back. He's mine now. Oh, God. She once caught a moth that was living comfortably in her school's cleaning closet, released it out into the wild during the start of lunch break, and witnessed it fall prey to a passing bird. Opal was distraught by the scene. I laughed at the irony. When Opal finally breaks her hug, Quinley is already by my side, ready to engage in some social bonding. Hey, new hair color! Yeah, ages ago. I swear to God, Quinley changes her hair at least 6 times a year. It looks great. Thanks. Quinley came to our school near the end of year 10. At first I hated her. She had this cool punk rocker vibe going on, with her undercut hairstyle and a row of earrings on her left ear that made her look like a binder folder. And most of all, she played guitar like a beast! I was absolutely jealous of her, and we didn't get along until Opal somehow managed to convince us to go do karaoke with her. Screaming along to heavy metal, singing off-key to boy bands, and being overdramatic during I Don't Want to Kiss a Thing is what brought us together. Hey! And last but not least, Xavier, Opal's younger brother, that missed out on the positive genes because his sister took them all. I feel like you're calling them not attractive, but like I think a part of me just knows that you're gay. You know, I feel like this is more personal preference than anything else. Although we do attend the same university and have matching classes, it's difficult for us to catch each other during the day. Hey, Xavier! Hug? No thanks. Unlike his sister, Xavier happens to hate physical contact with people. Sometimes I will often tease him about it. Aw, come on, come give me a hug. I take a step closer, and he puts a hand up between us. No. Yes. Another step. Don't make me walk out of out on dinner tonight. I concede. Fine, fine. It is good to see you, though I rarely get to see you at school. His sky blue eyes gleam with the as the expression softens into an angelic smile. That's because I try to avoid you, Val. But his words are as sour as the devil's. Rude. I take the empty seat next to Quinley and don't even bother to look at the menu. What's the point if you already know what the best dish in the house is? How have you guys been? Great, I moved into my new apartment last weekend. The place is huge! In the second bedroom, but I'm thinking of turning it into a music room. I need somewhere to put my drum kit, after all. What about you? Oh, our final concert is coming up, and I've befriended one of the international students. She's a pianist, and she's going to perform my piece for me. Wow, you always were good at getting other people to do your bidding. How did you con her into playing for you? By con, you mean convince, right? He's an introverted himbo. I'm taking it. Oh. You even need to ask? Of course I use my charming personality to win her over. All three groan in unison. Music to my ears. I feed off of the disdain. Why don't you play it for yourself, Val? Opal has been finger drumming on the table for some time now. Even though she went to a study business for high school, she's still a musician at heart. It sounds better when she plays it. Are you sure that you just can't be bothered? Hey now, Cadence and I have been working really hard together to perfect my song, you know? Cadence? That's her name? Wow, that's just too perfect. Right? She's so talented. Listening to her play is like an alien probed my brain and recorded the song in my head and synthesized it into reality. I have a type, and I know this. Oh. That paints a picture. Quinley lets out a suppressed chuckle. You could have said something a bit more romantic. Come on, guys, she described it in true Valerie fashion. I understood exactly what she meant. Of course you would. So tell us more! My red-headed friend leans in a little closer, resting her arm on my shoulder, and she cheekily grins at me. What else is there to say? If you two have been working together, then you must be getting pretty close. My body slumps from defeat. Actually, she's kinda cold towards me. I did invite her out today, but she found every possible excuse not to come. Who could ever say no to you? Oh, shush you. She'll warm up to you eventually, Val. It's likely that at least she likes you enough to make music together. I'm not worried about her warming up to me. I just think she's wasting her time in Canada if she doesn't go out and get a real feel for the culture. Who studies abroad and doesn't explore the local nightlife? She might not be a nightlife kind of gal. Besides, just because she turned down your invitation doesn't mean that she doesn't go out and do things on her own. The only place she's been since arriving here are 1, the university, 2, her dorm, and 3, the supermarket. She's not experiencing Canada like she should be. All the great food, the music, the people. I have an idea. Opal is basically jumping out of her seat to tell us the great idea. What is it? If she won't go to experience the food and music, why not bring the food and music to her? Like, takeout and a playlist? Yeah! That's not such a bad idea. I'm annoyed I didn't think of it myself. You do have a tendency to overlook the obvious. What's that supposed to mean? Xavier's just got his dry wit. Like the Sahara Desert. Now what's that supposed to mean? Opal and Quinley share a laugh at our expense. Xavier kicks me under the table, which would have hurt if he didn't kick like a little wuss. I return the gesture, and before long we're playing football under the table without the ball. So, what will you do? I get one last kick in before calling a truce. I think I'll bring some bannock and beaver tails to our next rehearsal. You should take in your guitar, too. Have a jam sesh. Damn, everyone's full of good ideas tonight! Xavier and I turn to look at each other with fire in our eyes. We both have the same line in mind, but who will say it first? Everyone except you. Everyone except you. Dang it! Yes! It's his win tonight, but in the grand scheme of things, I am the one that will turn out victorious. I'm loving this dynamic. Oh god, that is a lovely... Look at that. Look at that outfit. That is goals right there. Like, that is fashion. Like, peak fashion. The next time Cadence and I are scheduled to meet is the following week, on a Monday, right after our lectures finish. I spend a bit of time over the weekend plotting my ingenious plan to show Cadence how great Quebec is, and needless to say, I am well prepared for today. Xavier is mine. I should give him snuggles when he wants and make him comfort food and give him little trinkets. You have already found that I hate to say, that is how you get every single neurodivergent guy. You respect their boundaries, but always leave it open for them. You get them good food, and you bring little trinkets. It is literally, that is the de facto, that is the recipe. I ate a couple of... The only thing you have to do, the only other thing that, like, you could do to increase your chances past that is let them hyperfixate. Like, let them, like, explain, let them, like, explain their hyperfixation to you. You let them do that, they are yours. I ate a couple of our local delicacies, such as beaver tails, butter tarts, and Nanamo bars, to figure out which ones you might like. Wait, do they have Nanamo bars over in Australia? Listen to the best music we have in Quebec. Thank you, Chick FM, and learned to play a few tunes. Been a while since I last picked up the guitar, a beautiful second-hand Fender CD60S made of mahogany wood. Absolutely gorgeous. I will find my people in no time, and I'm so down for hyperfixation talk. I do it too. Playing guitar has always been easier for me than piano, as with most string instruments, and so learning the new song I chose to impress Cadence with was an easy feat. Now it's only a matter of actually impressing the girl herself. She must already be in the music room. The moment I walked past the vending machine, I heard the reverberation of the piano being played throughout the hallway. My footsteps imitate the beat. I stop at the foot of the door and peer in. An open window sends a mild gust of wind, flicking Cadence's long, flowing blonde hair, but she doesn't seem to care. She remains focused on the keys in front of her, playing a tune that I'm unfamiliar with. Her whole body sways as she moves an octave lower, then an octave higher. Her arms bounce across the piano like a tennis ball. I wonder if I look this graceful when I play. Leaning against the doorframe, pastries in hand, a guitar strapped to my back, I relax and enjoy the moment. Sometimes one just needs to stop and appreciate the little things in life. As the song comes to an end, Cadence lets out a sigh before turning around. She's startled by my presence. How long have you been standing there? Just a minute or two. I walk into the room. What were you playing? I haven't heard it before. She swivels back around to face the piano, turning her back towards me. Her voice is soft. I was just messing around. I wasn't really playing anything. If I didn't have a great hearing, I may have missed it. Just messing around. I feel a surge of excitement bubbling inside me. Putting the paper bag full of pastries down by the piano leg, I swing my guitar around and strum the strings. I didn't realize you knew how to mess around. She narrows her eyes with annoyance. Why do you have a guitar with you today? Oh, this? My Fender CD60S? I gesture my arm in front of my body like a showgirl on The Price is Right. I thought we could have a jam session before we start practice today. Why? Why not? She crosses her arms. Isn't your showcase in less than a month? You should be taking your time more seriously. I strum the strings on my guitar, and you, my dear friend, should learn to relax a little more. My hands move on their own, playing a melody that I already know off by heart so I can concentrate on cadence. On, enjoy yourself a bit. What kind of music do you like to play? I've only heard her play classical, but I'm sure you should be into other genres. How about some funky soul? I shake my right hand to loosen my wrist before fingering the strings in Intro to 11% by K Tronada. I sing along to the song. Perhaps not my best, but heck, I'm enjoying myself. I don't know this song. Cadence watches me closely. Her face suggests she's a little, at least a teensy bit interested, but I guess this isn't quite her style. What else can I play? Hey, Valerie? There's actually something that I want to play. My eyes light up with excitement. Oh, what is it? I'd love to have a listen. Okay, but don't get too excited, alright? I've never tried this in front of other people. I raise my left hand in the air. Too late! I'm already overflowing with excitement! She rolls her maple brown eyes at me, but she still prepares herself to play. I wait with much anticipation. Wriggling her fingers to get rid of any stiffness, Cadence delicately places her fingers atop the keys before starting. It's a familiar tune. A song that I recently heard on the radio that is both catchy and uplifting. Watching Cadence move her body to the music does more than just lift my spirits. I can't help but smile. I inhale a deep breath as I place my fingers along the strings of my guitar, waiting for the perfect moment to join in. A second after Cadence hits D minor, I'm playing a B chord and singing along. Look at the sky. To my surprise, Cadence is also singing. I'm still here. As we continue singing, our voices harmonize and we actually sound pretty damn good together. I'm watching her the whole time, and although she's mostly focused on the piano in front of her, she'll occasionally glance my way and show me a cheeky smile. When the song draws to a close to an end, I can't help but feel disappointed. I don't want to stop playing with Cadence. But the wide smile on her face tells me that she at least enjoyed herself. The final note resonates in my ear before the room lulls to a silence. Oh, what a rush! Jumping in her seat, Cadence is surprised by my sudden exclamation. Yes, that was kind of fun. She begins twirling a strand of her golden blonde hair. I don't often play pop songs. Really? Why not? This is really, really cute. I'm happy that I put it on as, the first game we were playing for Pride Month. My fingers naturally pick at the strings of the guitar as we converse. I never really needed to. Needed to? What do you mean? She stops twirling the strand and begins bashfully brushing her fingers through her hair. You're gonna think it's stupid. I want to reassure her, so I think a lot of things are stupid. She raises an eyebrow. I don't think I reassured her. Yeah, no, I was expecting something very different. Just forget it. No, wait! Putting my guitar down to lean against the leg of the piano, I take a seat next to Cadence on the bench stool. I look her in the eyes as we speak. Please, tell me. I want to get to know you better, Cadence. She carefully considers my words and puckering her lips off to the side as she scans my face for any sign of jest. I'm listening. With one last cautious breath, Cadence accepts my words and begins to relax, finally opening herself up to me. My parents are both musicians. Mom is a pianist, and she played all over the globe, and listening to her play before school every morning is one of the things that drew me to music in the first place. She taught me to play when I was young, and I wouldn't be surprised if I learned how to finger a piano before I learned to walk. Thought of baby Cadence sitting in front of a piano while still wearing diapers brings a smile to my face. That is adorable. Wanted to be like my mom. That's why I started playing, but she does this for work, and it's her career. I also thought I should treat music the same way. I never thought about it as a hobby to do in my free time. I never really had any free time now that I think about it. Every piece that I learned to play was for a competition. I practiced every single day, learning to read the sheet and even memorizing the notes off of my heart. But I can't recall a time where I played a song that I wanted to, just for fun. Honestly? You've never played just for yourself? She shakes her head slowly. Not that I can recall. I think back to the night we first met, several weeks ago in this very same room. What about the time when you first found the sheet music I composed? That was more out of curiosity than for fun. It looked like a lovely song, so I tried to play it to hear what it was like. And now I'm playing your piece for you for the sake of your final assessment. But you're having fun, right? She glances between the keyboard keys and myself. I don't know. It's that moment that I realize just how different Cadence and I are. She, who grew up learning to play for the sake of others, entered competitions and treated music as something to be taken seriously. And then there's me, a person who picked up a guitar believing I could use music to rule the world. So immature compared to Cadence. I know it's official music lingo, but I giggle every time I hear the phrase finger a piano. No! Oh god, I'm back into high school right in front of the trumpets, dear god. Oh, that's a shame. That's for those of you who have a Twitch sub, you get to see that reaction. But there's nothing wrong with being in touch with your inner child. Well, you know what? We have the room booked for another half hour. The night is young, and we're even younger. She shuffles an inch away from me. What does that even mean? It means we have plenty of time to just enjoy ourselves. So why don't we keep playing whatever we want tonight? Don't you think we should be practicing your piece, though? I give her a reassuring wink as I stand back up to retrieve my guitar. Like I said, the night's young, and we're even younger. We'll have plenty of time to practice later. For now, I strum my strings and strike a rock star pose. Let's play something funky! As I play a few chords to get us started, Cadence is at first reluctant to join in. But once I start singing... Yeah. Cadence lets out a stifled chuckle before joining in. Oh yeah! Fingers to ivory, music to my ears. We spend the rest of our booking just letting loose, having fun. Term, I'm a choir kid. I spent so much time standing next to a piano, and I was in front of every single trumpet and trombone player. Trust me when I say that those jokes were my entire high school career. We spend the rest of our booking just letting loose. The best part of it all was seeing Cadence finally enjoy herself. The true beauty of music is that it connects people. Quote by American jazz funk composer Roy Ayers. There's a tune that's been playing in my head since last week. Since that day that Valerie brought her guitar into practice and she fed me something that's called a beaver tail? It's a tune I normally wouldn't play. It's messy, it's chaotic, it's loud, but in my head it sounds beautiful. And for the first time in a long time, I want to put my fingers to the keys just to hear the music. Not to pass a test, not to win a competition, not to please my parents, but for me, and only me. Good morning, sunshine! A sturdy hand pats me on the back with so much force that I am pushed forward, stumbling to catch my feet. Ah! Whoa! Same hand grabs onto my waist to keep me from falling. Are you okay? I need to blink twice to squeeze the shock out of my eyes. I love that the quote is so true. This game, each, act starts with, a quote, and I love it. Once both feet are firmly placed on the ground, I carefully remove Valerie's hand from my waist. Has anyone ever told you that you are quite rough? She smiles guiltily. More often than I should admit, to be honest. Valerie's straightforward honesty is refreshing. I'm finding it more and more difficult to hide my smiles from her. Yay! Look in the background. Look on the bulletin board. And behind Valerie, there's even more! This world is built upon gay! Now I really need to play this. It's really good. We haven't even gotten to the part that, makes this different from other visual novels, because it's not just a story. There's gameplay. Why did I do that to begin with? When I came to Canada, I didn't even come with the intention of making friends. I came because I wanted to find myself, find out who I really am, and what I want to do with my life. That's what I told myself. But really, I was just thinking of running away. Running away from who I was, my parents, my instructor. I didn't really know if the person I was back home is who I wanted to be. Instead of finding myself here, Valerie found me. Are we still on for tonight? Yes, after my lecture ends at 4 p.m. today. I hope your taste buds are looking forward to a sickeningly sweet experience that is to come. He points 2 finger guns at me while showing a devious smile. Her level of excitement is strange, but I don't mind it as much. I catch myself giggling nervously. I am worried. After our freestyle jam session last week, Valerie shared with me some Canadian desserts from the area. The beaver tail that she presented me with is smothered in a thick layer of chocolate, hazelnuts, topped with yummy fresh bananas, and lightly dusted with powdered sugar. It was delicious. The dough, though crunchy on the outside, was soft and pillowy on the inside, and it tasted very much like one of the dessert pizzas from back home. Kinda reminds me of home. Really? Raises the butt of her palm to her forehead, making a loud slap sound as she closes her eyes. I thought I'd get you to try something different. It looks like I failed. It does taste nostalgic, but it's also different. Her sky blue eyes shimmer back at me with excitement. Do you like it? I feel a lump in my throat, and it's not caused by the food. Nodding my head to respond to her question, I avert my gaze away, but the presence of her observant eyes stay with me. I've always had difficulty handling people like Valerie. People that exert too much energy and have this intimidatingly friendly presence about them. If you like it, then I'll take it as a partial success. She's so strange. Hey, I have an idea. Not another one. What is it this time? Come have dinner with me next week. Well, why? Why not, eh? Conversation continued back and forth. At one point, Valerie felt the need to hug me tightly and try to convince me, and I eventually gave in. Fine, I'll join you for dinner this week. Yes! She finally let go and gave me 2 thumbs up to show her approval. Since being here, I haven't really gone out of my way to try any of the local cuisine. There's a whole world out there for me to explore, but I've been too caught up with what's going on in my head to get out. Thanks to Valerie's persistent invitations, I've finally going to take my first step towards discovering a new me. Tonight I find myself back in the same restaurant that Valerie had taken me to a week ago. The smell of cheese and potatoes fills the air. The name of this restaurant is La Pomme de Terre. Just as a reminder for everybody, and for those of you who understand French and didn't have to Google it like me, you understand that the name of this restaurant is simply The Potato. It's busier tonight than it was last time. There are families with their children still in school uniform, a small group of friends drinking drinks that I hadn't seen before. By sheer chance, we managed to nab the same table we had last time when a couple previously occupying it got up to leave. Best seats in the house. Takes off her jacket and her woolen scarf, draping it over the back of her chair. Yo, Atomic, how's it going? Welcome in, Raiders! My name is Term. I am the Axolotl of the Lighthouse, and I do my best to create a calm and cozy atmosphere for those of us just trying to find refuge from the storms of day-to-day life. I hope you guys were having fun playing Rock Band 3. Funnily enough, you guys came into another music-based stream of sorts, though this one is a bit more visual novel-heavy than you would expect. But, with all that being said, do make sure to go and get yourself some rest. I do understand that stream can be a bit hectic. Make sure you're doing your after-stream care. Make sure to drink the water and undrink the water. What's up, Term? Nothing much on... well, I'm doing wonderful, but, that's just same old, same old. I've been having fun. We hit 1,000 a while back. We are currently playing some Love's Crescendo, which is absolutely wonderful. It's a great way to start off Pride Month. I'm super happy that we decided to play this game because, the art is beautiful. The art is just to die for. They must be if we keep sitting here. I get a laugh out of Valerie. She laughs at everything, that girl. Oh my god, look at them! Now, Keith. We sit down, but this time Valerie takes the seat facing away from the stage, whilst I take the seat facing it. I noticed last time that the drum kit on stage was an Ashton, but now that I have a better view of the whole stage, I can see that the electric keyboard is a Casio. Nothing wrong with Casio, but in my opinion Yamaha is the way to go if you want an electrical keyboard. I stare at the stage for a little too long. I know that because Valerie catches my attention by waving a hand in my face. Do you want to get up there and play? I'm taken aback, shuffling awkwardly to my seat to face my body at an angle away from the stage. No thanks. Are you shy? My eyes roll in disagreement. I don't want to brag, but it's not that. I've played in packed full theaters for competitions before. You have? That's amazing! There's a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Well, it's less a glimmer and more a blinding spotlight. Thank you. Yes, I've been playing since I was young, and playing in front of a crowd isn't really a problem for me. So why not show off a little? I'm not much of a show-off, and unlike someone that I know. My lips curl into a cheeky smile. Following my statement, Valerie catches on to whom I'm referring to and lets out a short chuckle. Not that much of a show-off, am I? Covering half my face as I giggle, I continue to poke fun at Valerie. In her case, being a show-off isn't so bad. It certainly helped get my attention. Gonna eat. See you later, Term. See you later, Atomic! So you've never had a problem performing in front of crowds? I think back, as far as I can tell, I do recall a few times where my nerves got to me, but never stopped me from performing. Performing in front of a crowd? No, but I guess there have been times where I don't do my best because of one reason or another. What about yourself? I always do my best. She says it with such confidence. Perhaps too much. but I play for fun, so a lot of people don't take me seriously. Gee, really? No way! I lay the sarcasm on thick. No, I'm serious. Why can't I have a little fun while taking things seriously? I picked up a guitar when I was a kid because I had this grand plan to use music to rule the world! Of course she did. But since then, I've learned to play a whole range of instruments just because I thought it would be fun. And if I didn't enjoy myself, I'd stopped bothering with it. Valerie doesn't seem like the type of person to give up on something so easily. After all, she was quite persistent about asking me to perform her song with her. I didn't take you as a quitter. I'm not. I just know that if something is not worthwhile, then it's not worth my while. It puts extra emphasis on those last 3 words. But don't worry, Cadence. You're worth my while. Wow, she always seems to have the best lines ready. Valerie gives me a cheeky wink, which gets a grimace out of me, but I still accept the compliment. Thanks, Valerie. I will admit I had more fun tonight than I thought I would. The food comes out piping hot with plenty of toppings on top. Valerie even convinces me to try some of her meal, greasy nacho bake on top of a spud, a meat-filled carb overload, but a delicious one at that. A few other dining patrons have a crack at the instruments on stage. Most were kids, and most were not very good. But Valerie did get up to show a little girl how to hold the guitar. Seeing her try to wrap her tiny fingers around the fretboard was an adorable sight. At the end of the night, Valerie insists on paying for our meal. Let me pay for my own meal. Ah, this is my treat. I'm the one that invited you out. I try to force a $20 bill onto her, but Valerie keeps her hands in her pockets and refuses acceptance. Valerie? I try a stern tone, but it doesn't have the desired effect on her. Instead of giving in, Valerie skips away while laughing out loud. She can be so childish. How is she older than me? Oh my god, look at that coat! Look at how it does. Is it snowing? Oh, this is perfect timing. This is gonna get emotional. Listen, you don't see weather effects in visual novels unless you're about to get something really emotional. Oh, guys, strap in. Strap in, everybody. We walk along the busy streets at night. Lights from the restaurant illuminate our path and lead us to a little housing in the middle of a little clearing in the middle of town. There's no more people around, and the street lamps are dim, but bright enough for us to see the cracks in the ground. At least that when we're paying attention and not walking backwards like Valerie is. Whoa! Her foot gets caught between 2 edges as she stumbles backwards. I make the effort to grab her. Hey! To my surprise, I actually manage to catch her by the arms. She freezes midway while falling. With her upper body leaning back at a 45-degree angle, she shifts all her weight onto her legs, which are spread wide and bent at the knee, lowering her center of gravity. Her vibrant blue eyes are wide with surprise, and her mouth opens from calling out in shock. She looks like a baby giraffe trying to walk for the first time. It's impossible not to laugh. You find this very funny, eh? Please, hurry up and pull me up. Okay, hold your horses. I lean back while pulling Valerie's weight towards me. Once we're both grounded and stable, Valerie wraps her arm around me and gives me a quick but warm hug. My hero. I feel the heated tingle that I'm unfamiliar with rush through my body. Okay, you can let go of me now, drama queen. Oh no, is she closeted? Does she not realize? Oh no! Oh no! Sorry at arm's length by the time I finish talking with a cheeky grin on her face. We continue walking along the streets. The air is cold against my cheek. I should have worn an extra jacket or maybe a beanie. Small clouds are formed when I breathe out onto my hands before rubbing them together. It helps a little, but my fingers are still exposed. Valerie seems fine in this weather, whilst I'm ready to curl up in bed with an extra warm blanket and a hot cuppa. But I will admit the starlit night sky of Quebec is rather beautiful. My nose feels stuffy. Bless you. She reaches both hands into her pocket and pulls out a packet of tissues, handing it to me with a smile. But thank you. I take a couple seconds to blow my nose. Valerie was already unwrapping her scarf from her neck and wrapped it around my own. It smells like perfume. What are you doing? Helping you keep warm. I unwrap the scarf and try to hand it back. But now you'll be cold. She gently pushes it back towards me, taking my frozen fingers in her hand and warming them with her natural body heat. How is she so warm? I'm used to this weather. Besides, your hands are the greatest tool as a musician. I wouldn't want you getting frostbite. Without much resistance on my part, I've learned not to fight against Valerie. Rewraps the scarf around my neck again, the smell of perfume surrounding me. I guess I should say thanks. She tucks one end into the front and makes sure that it's fitted nicely and snug. Definitely does the job. Feeling my body warm up already. You look like a baby kangaroo in a pouch. My eyes narrow in disapproval. Excuse me? Cute. The vibrant smile on her face outshines the stars in the sky. I should be annoyed being compared to a Joey, but lately I'm finding it more and more difficult to stay mad at her. Flattery will get you nowhere, Valerie. I withdrew my hands from her. Running away and continuing down the footpath, I pull her scarf up to cover my nose, but in fact I'm covering more than just that. Her scarf really does keep me warm. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and the music is playing in my head, and it is a beautiful day today! There's been a skip in my step since last night's dinner with Cadence. She's been opening up to me more lately. And talking about her childhoods has definitely given me insight to her as a person. I always thought she looked perfect sitting in front of a piano, and now I understand why. Being raised by professional musicians and performing in competitions as a child, it's no wonder she's so comfortable around a piano. I hope I'm not getting sick. I told Cadence I'd be fine when I gave her my scarf last night, but maybe I should have taken it back when we parted ways? Gesundheit. My attention is drawn to the seat behind me, where Xavier sits with a pen in his hand and a grimace on his face. Don't turn this way, you'll get me sick. Oh, hello to you too. Are you coming down with something? I reach into my pockets and pull out a tissue. I hope not. Our final assessment's coming up soon. That's right. Have you been going well between you and your pianist? They have, actually. We had dinner together last night, and then we went for a romantic walk in the dazzling streets of Quebec. Oh, and she didn't try to escape? I rest my arm on the backrest as I glare at Xavier for being the ever-sarcastic person that he is. No. I won't humor him any further as I spin back around to face the front, crossing my arms in defiance. He snickers behind me. As the professor takes the front stage, he begins his lecture. I try my best to pay attention, but I'm still distracted by the music playing in my head. My final composition is almost finished. There's just a few things that need to be tweaked. Cadence will also have her own work to do. The first years have assignments and exams coming up in a few weeks, and this means the amount of time we can spend together will decrease soon. The music in my head begins to crackle like an old vinyl record that's near its expiry. I'll need to make the most of our time together before the end of the year. But what other excuse can I use to get her to come out with me? I'm startled by a loud sneeze behind me, along with everyone else sitting in our lecture hall. When I twist around, Xavier has his hand covering his face to hide his embarrassment. He lowers one hand to reveal an irritated expression. I told you not to turn this way! He jokingly blames me, at least I think it's a joke, before covering his face again. That's when it hits me. I lean a little further back so I can whisper loud enough for Xavier to hear me, but not loud enough to disrupt lecture. Psst! What are Opal and Quinley doing this weekend? I don't know. Why? And I love it. He's sarcastic. He's my man. Let's have dinner. I'll introduce everybody to Cadence. Your pianist? Yeah. Raises an eyebrow accompanied by a cocky smile. You're not worried we'll scare her off? I scoff under my breath. Please. Before I can finish my sentence, Xavier cuts me off. You're right. You haven't scared her off yourself by now, then nothing will. Look at that face! Look at look at that smug face! That deserves an eye roll. Even with his hands covering his mouth, I can tell that he's got the same old arrogant grin on his face. I'll ask Opal. I don't think either of us are going to be doing anything this weekend. Perfect. I give Xavier a thumbs up before turning back to face the front of the theater. The professor is still speaking. It's at this point I've realized I've missed most of the lecture. And that's it! Have a good afternoon, everyone! Scratch that, I missed the whole lecture. Cadence is already practicing her composition by the time I reach the music room. My footsteps are drowned out by the melody resonating through the halls. I love this sound, the sound of my song finally coming to life. I reach the door, and as always, Cadence doesn't hear me enter. I watch her in silence. The way her fingers skip and dance along the keys has always been fascinating to watch. I wonder if my hands move the same way when I play. Probably not. She doesn't miss a beat. Each note is played in perfect time, and for a brief moment I catch a glimpse of a smile on her face. How wonderful. And I just had to ruin the moment. Music stops as a shocked Cadence spins around with a fright in her eye. She sees me leaning by the door. Valerie, when did you get here? Not too long ago. My nose sniffles as I enter the room. Are you feeling alright? Yeah, just a little bit of a runny nose. Oh, that's right! Cadence hops off the bench and walks over to the bag that's sitting on the floor. She opens it before pulling out a familiar woodland scarf. I need to return this to you. She approaches me with the scarf in hand, delicately offering it to me. Thank you for lending it to me. Oh, it's no problem, my baby kangaroo. She returns my scarf with a grimace. Ah ha ha. Very funny. She lays the sarcasm on thick. I'm joking. Thank you for bringing it back. Well, I wasn't gonna keep it now, was I? Would you like one? I could buy you a scarf as a thank you gift for playing my song. Oh, there's no need. I can always just buy one myself. I guess it's fine if she doesn't need one, but I would like to give her something. The thought of her wearing something that I had given her is nice. A symbol of our friendship. Ah, yes. Friendship. That's what's going on here. I mean, it is a friendship, but like, we are hurtling very fast through friend territory towards something that I feel like neither of them realize. Because they're so in denial. I'll get you one. She rolls her chocolate brown eyes in mild annoyance. What's the point of even asking me if you're gonna do it anyway? I like to give you the allure of choice. I show an innocent smile, but she isn't buying it. You're terrible, Valerie. She tries to maintain a straight face, but can't hold back the grin that's creeping onto her face. I have learned not to try and argue against you once you've made up your mind. You sound just like my friends. Speaking of which, are you free this weekend? Why am I asking? Of course she's free. Why? You should join me and my friends for dinner this weekend. Why? He inquires again with more caution. I thought we'd gotten past that. I just thought it'd be nice, but if you need a better reason, one of my friends is doing the same course as me. His friends are performing his final composition for him as well, so might be a good opportunity to compare how we're both doing. Is anyone in your course actually performing their own song? I'm sure some are, but it was actually Xavier that gave me the idea to find someone else to perform my composition. Xavier's my friend. I can play it just fine, but it sounds so much better when you're the one sitting in front of the piano. You're just saying that to butter me up. No, I'm being 100% serious. Whenever I watch you play, I'm completely mesmerized by the way the music sounds. It's like on a whole nother level. I could never play like you, the way you elicit so many emotions with so few chords. Sometimes my heart even skips a beat. But Okay, I get it. Please, stop with all the flattery. A beautiful shade of rose red blooms over Cadence's face. She tries to cover her embarrassment with her hands, but even her palms have become flushed. I'll meet your friends on the weekend. Just please don't talk like that about me in front of them. Should I tell her that it's already too late for that? Probably best not to. Great, we'll go to my favorite restaurant. The Pomme de Terre? Oh, she's cute when she tries. I can't hold back a giggle that escapes my lips. Yes, La Pomme de Terre. La Pomme de Terre. There. That's what I'm saying. Terre. No, you're saying tier. Like tier. Oh, okay. You've been saying tier and not tear. And I'm like, these are very similar words. It's like tear. Like when you tear a piece of paper. They sound exactly the same when you say it. No, it doesn't. Tier and tear. Yes, it does. You and your accent. Well, your accent is absolutely adorable. That gets her to quiet. Her rosy cheeks bloom once again. Really weak to flattery. What time should I pick you up for dinner? You've taken me there a couple times already, so I think I should be able to meet you there this weekend. Really? I don't mind coming to get you. I do. Short and stern. That's just like her. Well, alright, I guess after all that teasing from before, she's put up her walls again. I should learn to give her some space. But if I'd done that from the very beginning, we wouldn't be where we are today. Okay, we'll meet you at the restaurant. Around 6? Takes a lock of her hair and starts twirling it between her fingers. It's a cute trait I've seen her do before. Alright, 6 is good. I can't wait. "6:10 rolls around and I'm left staring at the door with Quinley, feeling excited whenever it flings open, but disappointed that the one entering isn't Cadence. Cheer up, Buttercup, I'm sure she'll be here soon. Or maybe she's not coming at all. Oh, shush you. Opal playfully slaps her brother's arm. If it had been for me, he would have no reservations about returning the gesture, but towards his sister, he would never raise a hand against her out of respect and fear. Mostly fear. Opal rarely gets mad, but when she does, she is a force to be reckoned with. Instead, he merely rubs the spot where she hit him, even though the smirk on his face would suggest that there isn't actually that much pain. I'm kidding. She'll be here. Just as I'm starting to have my doubts, the front door flings open again. With excitement in my eyes, I'm relieved and overjoyed to see a familiar blonde-haired girl entering the restaurant. Cadence nervously just saw something. Nervously looks around the building until she sees me. I stand with my arms waving left and right in large movements, making it near impossible to miss me. Cadence! Over here! She grimaces, and I can see her hesitation to step further into the restaurant. Well, you're going to embarrass her. $20 says she runs away. Xavier loses that bet as Cadence slowly makes her way towards our table. You made it! Yes, I'm sorry for not getting here on time. Now that she's closer, I get a better look at her. Her hair's brushed and styled neatly, while her musical earring catches my eye as they glimmer in the light. Her lips are glossy and slightly pinker shaped than usual, and her clothes are unfamiliar but stylish. They suit her well. As she takes a seat next to me, I get a whiff of a pleasant floral scent. Wait, did she put an extra effort into her appearance today to impress my friends? One sec. I need to take a walk. 1 sec. It's not to impress her friends! It is to impress you! She cares about you! God damn it! I'm back. A sense of glee and pride swells up inside me, expressed in the form of a toothy smile that I cannot suppress. You look happy now that she's here. That would be because I am! It's so nice to finally meet you! Valerie told us so much about you! Stretching her hand across the table, Opal introduces herself with an overtly friendly smile. I'm Opal! Cadence glances between the hand in front of her, and then towards me, then back at Opal's hand, and takes it with caution. Hello, Cadence, as you already seem to know. Oh. They shake hands for longer than Cadence seems comfortable with, mainly evident by the expression on her face as Opal's hand continues to raise up and down as she speaks. I love your name, it's so unique. I wish I had a more interesting name than just Opal. Do you have a nickname that you usually go by? What do your friends call you? Opal, if you keep this up, you'll end up breaking the poor girl's arm off. What? Oh, I'm sorry. She releases Cadence from her grasp. Turning to her savior, Cadence thanks Quinley in a small voice. Thank you. Don't mind Opal's enthusiasm, she's excitable. Quinley raises a hand to wave, but doesn't offer it to Cadence like Opal had. The name's Quinley. Whatever you do, don't call me Quinn. Nice to meet you, Quinley. There's a hint of a smile on their face. She seems to be opening up to Quinley much more easily than she did to me. Last but not least, Cadence turns her attention to Xavier. I've been quietly observing her since her arrival. I'm Xavier. He's the one that I told you about, the one that attends the same university as us. Oh, what are you studying? Bachelor of Music and Composition. I see. Silence falls over the two of them. So, Cadence, we heard you're Australian. Yes, I am. That's cool. I've never been to Australia. What's it like down there? Well, warmer, I guess. Cadence taps her finger on her chin as she considers the differences and similarities of our home countries. The beaches in Sydney are said to be some of the best. There's a famous one called Bondi, right? Yeah. Wait, there's also a show about Bondi, the one with the lifeguards. I see it on the internet all the time. What was it called again? Bondi Beach Patrol? Yeah! Oh, I've seen a few episodes. I would love to visit Bondi someday and go for a swim in the sea. Opal, you can't swim. Then a lifeguard can rescue me. You'll be all over national TV. Then I'll also be famous. We all have a little laugh over Opal's carefree comments. She's always been great at breaking the ice with strangers. Seeing Cadence be welcomed into my little friend group and how well she's getting along with them makes me glad I invited her today. We order our own individual meals, and I try the roasted spuds with sour cream and chives. Cadence orders a potato salad, which, despite being the healthier option, looks very creamy due to the sauce. That looks good. Cadence turns to me with a quarter of a potato on her fork. It tastes good, too. I think Val wants to try some. Quinley has a sly smirk on their face. You haven't had a salad before? I open my mouth to speak, but before I can say anything, Xavier decides to answer. She normally gets the same thing. She's a creature of habit, but she really looks like she wants to try some of your salad. Before I can respond, Opal decides to interject as well. Maybe you could share some of yours, Cadence. I love my friends, but when they all start scheming together like this, it makes me a little nervous. Cadence also seems to notice a plot brewing as she raises an eyebrow. But instead of questioning them, like she would have if I were the one scheming, she pushes the bowl of salad towards me with a confused expression on her face. Would you like to try some? I don't mind sharing. I would love to! I open my mouth and say aha, waiting for Cadence to feed me. She does not. What are you doing? Oh, nothing, I just thought it'd be a funny joke. Cadence doesn't find the humor in it, but all my friends do. As they try to hide their giggles and snickers, I pick up my fork and take a good helping of the salad for myself. It actually is really good. How is it? Oh, it's great. Good. Her eyes lower to my plate. Can I try some of yours too? Of course! I happily push my plate closer to her, eager to see what she thinks. Calm down, it's just food. She giggles at my enthusiasm before taking a small piece of my food for herself. She bites it, chews slowly, and then swallows. Seems right up your alley. Do you like it, though? Her chocolate brown eyes gaze over my way with a hint of glee. Yes, you have good tastes. Dinner time soon passes, and the restaurant patrons begin to dwindle until all that's left are 4 tables, my own, 2 couples near the window, and a family of 4 on the other side of the restaurant. Our dishes have all been licked clean and cleared by the staff, leaving us with only half-empty glasses. My attention is drawn to Caden. I wanted to make sure that she's still enjoying herself. Her eyes are focused on Opal in front of her. Or that was my initial thought. I soon realized that she's not looking at Opal, but instead the stage behind her. I lean in a little closer before whispering, "What's wrong, Caden?" She's surprised by my sudden question. Nothing. Why? You keep looking at the stage. Oh. Her eyes once again leave me. Fortunately, no one's taken notice of Cadence and I whispering, and my friends continue to chat about idle topics. I was just thinking about the time you first brought me here and how you performed up on the stage that night. Really? Are you feeling some sense of nostalgia? There's a hint of glee in my voice. Not quite nostalgia, but you were definitely something else. And you left such an impression on me that I agreed to play your song for you. What's this? What are you two talking about? Oh, we're just talking about how I convinced Cadence to play my song for me. As I spoke, I moved my hands around big gestures to help with theatrics. It happened right here in this very restaurant. I got up on stage, butterflies in my stomach and ants in my pants. Cadence arches a brow, but her smile lets me know that she's enjoying my retelling of our shared memories, even if I'm embellishing a little. With these very fingers, I wiggle all 10 fingers for my friends to see. I perform a song of enchantment, captivating Cadence and convincing her that she must join me in my endeavor to compose the best piece of music that will bring my audience to tears. Then I finish my fantasy tale. Opal begins applauding energetically, while Quinley and Xavier slow clap. Wow! Wow. His response holds less enthusiasm. That's not really how it happened, but sure. Quinley and Xavier find this funny and have a quick laugh at my expense. That's how I remember it. Why don't you show us how you did it? The keyboard's up there on stage, the rest of the instruments too. That's not such a bad idea. I don't mind playing on stage, and in fact I enjoy it, but this might be my chance to really show off to Cadence and my friends. Perhaps Cadence and I could play a song together, and maybe the gang would do me a solid and we performed something like we used to back in the day. Considering how much Cadence and I have bonded recently, I think I should try to convince her to join me. Cadence, care to join me on stage? Excuse me? Oh, I'd love to see you and Cadence play something. Me too. Me 3. Oh, I love my friends. We all turn to Cadence with eagerness and hope. She glances between each of our faces, feeling the pressure from all of us. Well, we can play one of the songs we played together last time in the music room. I'll be the guitar, and you can show them exactly why I wanted you to be my pianist. Cadence's eyes waver, but her furrowed brows are a telltale sign that she still isn't convinced. Is it because of how I performed before? Is she scared that I might make us look like fools? Listen, Cadence, I know that when I played that song for you the other day that it wasn't my best performance, but I promise you that I'm gonna give it my all today with you by my side. She turns to me with a look in her eye, and she says she knows she can't win against me. Letting out a sigh of surrender, Cadence nods her head before pushing the chair back and standing. There's no helping it, is there? Woohoo! Round of applause for Cadence and Val to get them pumped up! Starting us off, Opal begins clapping loudly, Xavier and Quinley both joining in after, but with less enthusiasm. Alright, let's do this. I jump up on stage first before turning to Cadence and offering her my hand. She doesn't take it. Finding her own footing, she hoists herself up the marginally raised platform. Carefully inspecting the keyboard beside her, she runs her fingers along the plastic keys, and the faint hint of a smile forms in the corner of her lips. I pick up the guitar and listen closely to tune it. The rest of the restaurant patrons have noticed us on stage, but have not decided if we're worth more than a couple seconds. I turn to Cadence with a big smile on my face. Are you ready to show them what you've got? There's a twinkle in her eye as Cadence turns to me with a smile on her face that I haven't seen before. Is this excitement? I was born ready. The moment her fingers hit those keys, the sound waves shake my very core and send shivers down my spine. My body reactively moves on its own, strumming a quick tune that complements hers. Every note, every chord, every beat, it's electrifying. Has music always felt this way? My reason for playing has always been selfish, my need to show off or to test how far I could push the boundaries. But when I play with her, with Cadence, it feels like my reasons are all washed away and I'm just here, living in the moment. Nothing else matters. As our song comes to an end, the sound of the guitar strings are quickly replaced by thundering applause of our audience, mainly Opal. Woo! Encore! She screams at the top of her lungs, completely embarrassing Xavier as he pretends not to know her. A couple other restaurant patrons and staff join in the clapping. This is one way to feed my ego. I look at Cadence as she steps away from the keyboard and gives a slight bow, ever so elegantly like she's used to this. I follow her actions, lifting the guitar strap over my shoulder before carefully placing it on the stand. I turn to bow and Opal cheers louder. Woo! Then I turn to Cadence and see a mesmerized expression. A smile? A beautiful smile. One that shows just how much fun she's having. A smile accompanied by a twinkle in her eye as her hair sways like golden waves when she hops off stage. The rest of the night ends with a couple more songs, a few extra drinks, and one drunken farewell from Opal as Xavier stuffs her into the backseat of Quinley's car. My sides are left with stitches from all the laughter that I had throughout dinner. I can't believe Opal sang the entirety of Bohemian City all by herself. Her dancing was also interesting. Heading off for the night. Take care, Term. You take care as well, Cloud. I don't know if I would classify what she did on stage as dancing. I walk Cadence back to her place like I did the other night. We follow a familiar path, passing the same scenery we did several nights ago. The exact same restaurant, lights illuminating our way, before fading as we reach the middle of town center. I had a lot of fun tonight. Really? I'm glad to hear that! The corner of her eyes crinkle as she smiles and tries to hide her giggles behind her hand. Yes, your friends are interesting characters. I think I've gotten to know a little more about you tonight. That was part of my plan, but it looks like she's also starting to open up her life to here in Quebec. Sudden gusts of chilled air pat my back and blow my hair out of place. Ah! Cadence holds golden strands in place as the wind seems to circle around her and mess up her previously neatly styled hairdo. Instead of helping, which I probably should do, I clutch my waist as I burst into a fit of laughter. You look like a tumbleweed! Silence falls as the wind comes to a stop. Cadence hastily attempts to brush her hair back into place with a few strands fighting to resist her. I don't like that the music stopped. Please don't take it the wrong way, Cadence. Please don't take it the wrong way. Her pouting face turns a slight mix of pink from embarrassment. Here, let me help. I step closer with my hand outstretched. There's no need. Her resistance is futile. Come on, just let me help. Carefully brushing my fingers through her tangled yet silky soft locks. Cadence's retaliation ceases when she remains perfectly still to allow me to fix her hair. I run my fingers from her scalp all the way down to her ends. This is kind of fun. Being quiet as usual, but unusually compliant, Cadence keeps her chocolate-brown eyes glued to the ground between us. I'm sure this must be a strange situation for her. There, all done. Before looking up, she touches her hand to her head to make sure I did a decent job, which, of course, I did. It was really unnecessary, but I guess I should thank you? My lips curl upward. I'll brush your hair for you any day, Caden. Where words fail, music... Yeah. Take two. Where words fail, music speaks. Another Instablam quote. One that I'm totally vibing with this week. Half a week has passed since the night Cadence met my friends. For the record, they love her. Opal thinks she's friendly, while Quinley called her cute. I've always thought of her as cute. Cadence and I have managed to find time to practice our song every day over the last 3 days. It feels like I basically live on campus at this point. However, tomorrow will be our last chance to rehearse before we have to perform on Friday night. I will admit that I'm nervous, but won't say that out loud. I'm not worried about the performance itself or what my grade will be. No, what I'm worried about is what happens to Cadence and me after Friday night. Without the excuse of rehearsing for my song, will I need a new reason to meet up with her? But friends can hang out without a need for an excuse, right? Does Cadence think of me as a friend? I sure hope so. I still don't think she knows anyone else in Quebec, let alone on campus. She'll surely be busy with her own assignments and exams too, so she'll have less free time to see me, even if she wants to catch up. All this thinking is doing my head in. Valerie! My attention snaps back to reality. I had been staring off into space while Cadence was sitting across from me with sheet music in hand. You weren't listening, were you? She gives me a glare of suspicion, like I've done something wrong. Sorry, I wasn't listening. She let out an unbothered sigh while lifting a piece of paper in one hand. I thought you said you had great hearing. Well, yeah, great hearing isn't much good when the brain isn't listening. Tap the side of my head with my finger while flashing a cheeky smile. My joke goes unlaughed at as Cadence rolls her eyes before standing up. I asked if you could send me a digital copy of the sheet music. I don't have a scanner, but I want to show my parents what we've been working on. Oh, sure thing. And how are your parents? The papers rustle as Cadence straightens them against the top of the piano before handing them back to me. They're well. I wait for her to elaborate. She waits for me to change topics. I see we have a game of conversation chicken going on, and I am not about to lose! I tap the paper against the top of the piano again, as if they weren't already perfectly aligned. They want to know if I've been eating well, so I told them about La Pomme de Terre. Here. She's still saying it in a cute way. Then I mentioned what we played on stage. Really? You told them? What did they say? He shrugs. It was a small restaurant performance for fun. They didn't care much for it. Oh well, maybe they just don't care much. Maybe I don't care much for them either. Wow, that sounded petty. I'm glad I didn't say that out loud. Anyway, please just send me a copy of the sheets. I will. Giving her a copy of the sheet music means she'll be able to play her song again at any time in the future. Right? It's nice to think an 80-year-old Cadence playing her song when she's back in Australia with her wrinkly hands and graying frizzy hair. Maybe I should get her something else to remember me by? I could get her a new hair tie to keep her hair out of her face, or gloves to keep her hands warm while she's still here in Canada. What are you thinking about now, Valerie? You have a problematic look on your face. What does she mean by problematic? I'm just thinking about the future, but it's nothing for you to worry about your pretty little head over. She over-exaggerates a shiver running down her spine. Pretty little head? But her light, flushed face, and the way she begins twirling a lock of her golden hair suggests she might like the compliment, even if it's just a little. Very pretty. Hey, tomorrow's our last practice session, right? Yes? Alright, I've decided then. I hop off my seat with more enthusiasm than needed. Decided on what? Raising my finger to my lips, I let off a soft hush before whispering. It's a secret, but make sure you come right on time tomorrow, okay? Don't be late. I'm never late. Except when it comes to dinner. Right, but that was because I had a good reason. Now that she's mentioned it, I never did find out why she was late that day. I just assumed it was because she spent extra time getting ready, but she never confirmed that. It piqued my curiosity yet again. Perhaps I could get her to tell me why she was late? Pray tell. I lean a little closer to her, but she's already rushing to gather her bag and belongings. Cadence is halfway out the door when she starts shouting back her answer. Next time, well, better at that than a flat-out no. I rush to the doorframe and poke my head out into the hallway. Cadence is only a few feet away. My voice echoes until I call out to her. "I'll see you tomorrow! See you tomorrow!" She shouts back without turning around. We might have disturbed everyone else on our floor, but I really don't care. I'm making it my mission after classes today to get Cadence to print a present that she can keep forever, to remind her of her time here in Canada. And, of course, her time with me. My heels hit the floor to the beat of the 8 Nations Army. Ever since I met Valerie, the songs on my phone have slowly started expanding, not only in number, but in genre. Ellen Fitz now shares a space in my playlist next to Yo-Yo Mo and the Porter Peterson. I usually listen to music to help me relax and calm down, but as of late I've found the music has allowed me to feel invigorated and, dare I say, more confident in myself. As if perfectly orchestrated, the music stops when my feet reach the door of the music room. I take a deep breath. What am I nervous about? It's just another night of practice. No, that's not right. It's our last night of practice. My fingers curl tightly around the straps of my bag. Inside, I'm carrying something special. A present for Valerie. It was cold as death last weekend. In truth, I thought it had been cold my whole time in Quebec, but before leaving Australia I did pack a few essential winter garments, but I hadn't brought many new clothes while I'd been here, since at the end of the year I'm returning. No need for me to accumulate too many material things while I'm here, especially since I just need to get rid of them in the end. I also don't want to grow attached to anything in Quebec for obvious reasons. After showering and getting ready to meet with Valerie's friends, I headed down Main Street. First time I walked down the footpath, I was incredibly nervous. I was surrounded by unfamiliar sights and smells, different shops, people and food. Even the air smelled different here. I paid attention to anything I could use as a landmark to help me find my way around. A broken street lamp, a particularly unique sign shop board, an agora in the middle of town. There was all breadcrumbs in my trail to help me find my way back home. But now I knew exactly where Valerie's favorite restaurant was, and I could spend my time actually taking in the sights. I passed the window display of a bland-looking shop situated a little after the broken street lamp. I hadn't noticed the shop before, but on that day I spotted something in the window. A hat. A knitted beanie hat, to be more precise, with extended ear warmers that hung all the way down on the mannequin's hands. The ends seemed to fold in on themselves to form little pockets. It was a vibrant shade of orange, like a marigold flower, and similar to the vest that Valerie always wore. That would look good on Valerie. I rarely vocalize my thoughts, so hearing it come out of my own mouth surprised even me. What am I thinking? What was I even saying? I questioned myself, but I had no answers. I stared at the beanie a little longer, perhaps too long. The ring of the bell caught my attention of an older gentleman poking his head out the shop door. "Do you see something you like?" My eyes darted between the old man and the brightly colored beanie in the window. It really would look good on her. I was wondering. After purchasing the beanie, I made my way to the restaurant to see Valerie and her friends. I'd stuffed it in my bag and completely forgot about it. I'm glad I didn't give it to her back then, because then I wouldn't have had the opportunity to gift wrap it. I wrapped it in some moss green paper with thin gold stripes, topped off with a silver ribbon. You got her a hat. I really do hope she likes it. I'll tell her it's a gift of gratitude, a way to say thanks for helping me get acquainted with the area. It's not strange to give someone a gift for this reason, right? I've only given presents to others for birthdays and Christmas in the past, but I've received bouquets after recitals. Perhaps I should have gotten her a bouquet after a performance instead. Would she prefer that? No, I need to stop doubting myself. I've already bought the beanie, and I will hand it to her. As I push open the door, I'm greeted by the wafting aroma of delicious herbs and cheese. The room has a warm and cozy atmosphere. A small picnic rug is set out next to the window. There are candles, a fake battery-operated kind, neatly placed along the windowsill. Her backpack and guitar case are resting against the wall. The 2 square cushions for sitting on are placed at either side of the open picnic basket. Behind the basket is Valerie, kneeling with a wide grin on her face. Ta-da! Her hands sway in a grand gesture. What is all this? She picks one of the cushions and fluffs it before setting it back down, indicating for me to come join her. I set my bag down on the side, keeping it nice and close as I cross my legs. It is a very comfortable cushion. I thought before we practiced we could have dinner together. Thought is nice, but it's not potatoes again, is it? She purses her lips with narrowing eyes. I do eat things other than spuds, you know. Reaching into the basket, she pulls out a plate with a pepperoni pizza on top. Though this is what I smelled when I entered the room. We're having pizza tonight. I must admit, it does look delicious. Wow, something different this time. I don't intend to sound sarcastic, but it just normally comes out that way. Do you, by any chance, make it yourself? Would you be impressed if I did? The fact that you're answering my question with another question would imply you didn't make it. Her lower lip drops slightly, an expression at the face says it all. I find myself stifling a giggle. Alright, you caught me. I ordered it and just put it on the plate to give it a fancy feel. So does it feel fancy? The giggle I was suppressing escapes my lips. No! Not at all! Dang it. But it's authentic Italian pizza, cooked using a wood-fired oven. Now, doesn't that sound fancy? Perhaps a little, but I don't mind eating average store-bought pizza. This is new. Trying new things and going out of my comfort zone, these are things I've been doing constantly with Valerie. In all honesty, it's not so bad. He tears off a slice of pizza and hands it to me with a napkin. No cutlery, no plates, no chairs, no table. I wonder what my parents would say if they saw me right now. Thank you. I carefully handle the slice. It's still hot. When I quickly bite into the side with the cheese melting off, a burst of flavor explodes in my mouth. How long has it been since I've had pizza? Have I had any since coming to Canada? How is it? Chew and swallow, it's rude to speak with my mouth full. Quite nice. Right, it's from the best pizza place in town. Is that so? When it comes to Valerie, everything she shares with me is the best in this town. As we eat, the sky gets darker and the candle lights get brighter. Valerie leans a little closer while talking, our knees touching ever so slightly, yet the feeling resonates through my entire body. A strange but warm tingle. And that's how I became friends with Opal and Xavier. I see. For them to have remained friends even after graduating from high school is a testament to Valerie's magnetic personality, or should I say her lack of respect for other people's personal boundaries. Although I found her a little pushy at first, or perhaps more than just a little, I'm glad that she convinced me to be her pianist. Will we remain friends even after I return to Australia? There are a couple slices left, but the two of us stuffed, so we don't dare touch them. As I turn to grab my bag, I accidentally knock Valerie's guitar over. It slides down and hits the floor with a bang. I'm sorry. It's alright. She stops mid-sentence. Actually, could you pass it over? I do as she says, without complaining, delicately handling the case with her Fender CD60S over. Valerie is quiet as she takes it from me and opens the case to inspect it. Her silence does not bode well. I wait with nervous anticipation. From where I'm sitting, it doesn't look to be damaged, but I would hate for something to have happened. Fortunately, her smile creeps onto Valerie's face, suggesting nothing's broken. I can't tell if it's alright or not. Her smile turns coy. What do you mean? We'll need to do a jam session to make sure it's not broken. Valerie jumps up from her spot while holding the neck of the guitar. She must think she's being very sly, but I see right through it. If she wanted to jam with me, she could have just been straightforward about it. I'm sure it's fine. However, I'm not entirely opposed to jamming out tonight. Really? I dust my skirt off, and I wait, shrugging my shoulders as Valerie looks at my face with excitement. Why not? I make my way over to the piano, sliding my fingers along perfectly tuned keys. Valerie nestles her guitar against herself, tuning the strings with her ears turned forward. I do admire her ability to recognize perfect pitch. What are we playing tonight if we're not practicing your score straight away? She strums an A minor on her guitar and tightly shuts her eyes and a look of indulgence shows on her face as she waits out the sound of the chord. Whatever you like. I take a moment to consider what to play, but I quickly learned that I'd misunderstood Valerie's answer as she started playing a tune that I'm unfamiliar with and singing along. Yeah, you can play whatever you like. I freeze. What is this song? Valerie notices my confusion, stares, and stops. EO? Or the Anne Marine cover? No? I shake my head to express my lack of understanding. Oh well, it's the fun part. That's the fun part of jamming, isn't it? Even if you don't know what song I'm playing, you can still listen and join in. She continues playing at a slow tempo. So, sure enough, I can easily recognize the chords F, C, G, back to A minor, but... Want me to just join in? Yeah! She continues playing F, C, G, A minor. She show me how amazing you are. What nonsense is she spouting now? F, C, G... I'm not amazing or anything like that. A minor. But you are. Oh, I give up. I let out a defeated but grateful sigh as I joined Valerie's melody on the piano. Oh no, here it comes. Hopefully it's good. Ah, dang it. So I've talked about my connection with music for a lot. And I can relate really well to what Cadence feels in this game. Because unfortunately a lot of people who end up picking up music end up in this sort of rut where you feel like you have to do everything perfectly. Because otherwise, what have you been spending all your time on? And it hurts. I haven't played an instrument in a long time, and I'm not sure if I ever will again. But I still enjoy the time I had. The people that I met, the relationships that I had, the feeling that it gives me. Because music is a universal language. That could have been better. I fumble a bit with my fingers, haphazardly pressing keys that sound out of tune with the melody that were created for ourselves. Lesbian music? Lesbian music. That was the other part of this game that I was talking about. is that you get to actually play the musical pieces in a sort of rhythm game. And I really like it. Because it doesn't change the story by too much. Apparently it just changes a couple future scenes, but you don't get any different endings for it, which I appreciate. Because I just want a good story, man. But as I was saying, I remember I was one of those kids who maybe I wasn't playing music the moment that I was born, and that wasn't what I was put on this, what I was pushed towards. But when I started doing it back in middle school, my family was really happy about what I was able to accomplish. Was really happy I was able to pick up the clarinet so well. And as I was playing, I went into high school. I met my first girlfriend in band. Well, I guess my only girlfriend because I haven't had any since. I met loads of amazing people and I learned many different instruments. But as time went on, it started being less about how the music made me feel and more about what my skill meant to others. And it kind of soured that feeling for me. I could probably pick up clarinet again, or any instrument for that matter, as long as it's not like a string instrument. The strings get to me. It's just like bad texture. But like I don't think I could go back to the way I was playing, if that makes sense. And I have like similar thoughts about streaming and stuff like that. Because I mean, I'm doing it. I'm making amazing stuff as I'm doing this stuff. I'm playing this sort of I'm performing in front of so many people all the time. And I worry that at some point it's going to become less about what I'm doing and what I enjoy and become more about what works. And I dread that. Because I don't want to lose this. This place has been the best creative outlet I think I've ever had. Because for a while it was music and singing and stuff, and I had an English teacher that I didn't even have. They just enjoyed finding me in the halls. I remember them telling me that I had they would hear me humming to myself as I would go from class to class, and they were so happy that I had a song in my heart. And not to lose that. And I don't want to. I don't want to lose that. I know later I need to talk with some people about some musical stuff, you know? Music, like words, is a unifying force in this world that allows us to share our feelings and emotions at a point in time, at the point in time in which it's made. But it's like words can be twisted to cause someone pain, but know that your worth is not in doing things just for others' gain. You gotta get something from everything you do. Yeah. I know I recently learned that my band directors were not the best people, and I sit here realizing that I was pushed to learn these instruments and basically to try and make these, like, the band. I wasn't playing the music because I enjoyed the music. I was playing it because I was needed. And I know a lot of you are sitting here like, characters that feel like they need to do things that in order to feel needed. That sounds like a character you've played. That sounds like many characters you've played. And yeah. Every character has a bit of me inside of it. Oh, term. Yeah. I hope that eventually I can get to the point. Because, like, at some point I want to make that, and I say this all the goddamn time, that, like, if I can make this streaming thing my job, I will. But the changes that will one day require is iffy. Like, there's so many emotions packed within music for me. Because that same band that I was in, that wind ensemble, that high school, like, classical music band, was the same one that I met my first relationship in. I really enjoyed that relationship. I spent that is what I did consider my best 5 years of my life, where we enjoyed. I didn't even know I was ace at the time. And granted, that we never had to deal with anything past, like, regular stuff, like relationship stuff, because we took it slow, and I learned why I take it slow now. But it's almost like a piece of my life is gone because of that, because of, like, it's locked within that musical skill that I had, and I still probably have, but I don't get to use. And just also, I'm gonna preface this because, like, again, the person that I was in a relationship with, like, even though that they were the one to stop the relationship, they were wonderful. They were doing stuff for their own health, and I will never fault them for that. They are a wonderful person, and and, like, I said it myself that I would not be the one to break up with them because I love them that much. I just didn't expect to have to feel that hurt. Yeah. That's why D&D characters work so much. Everyone puts a bit of ourselves into the characters we make and play, and it allows us to connect with them and sort of relate. Because how can you play a character that you don't relate to, you know? Anyway, sorry. I that got on a really long tangent about music and expectations and all the kinds of stuff, but ugh. I fumble a bit, my fingers haphazardly pressing keys that sounded out of tune with the melody we had created for ourselves. Yet, my heart doesn't ache. I'm not worrying about those tiny little mistakes I made. Instead, my heart is full. I look over at Valerie. She's the only one watching me, the one silly, happy face that I can see. My heart soars at that sight. Silence falls over the room, but it doesn't stay unshattered for long. Woo! That was awesome! A smile and nod in agreement. However, I don't share the same level of enthusiasm. Valerie always seems to have an endless amount of energy, which I both admire and tolerate. What do you want to play now? While contemplating, I take the opportunity to stretch my arms and wrists, holding my arms forward. I pull my fingers back with my left hand before switching sides. I'm happy that they're teaching good stretching techniques. How about... Oh! Before I can suggest anything, Valerie interrupts. Cadence, how are your hands? My hands? What an odd question to ask so suddenly. They're fine. Why? Oh, well. I'm intrigued. Valerie removes her guitar before turning back to the bag on the floor. Crouching down, she rummages through the belongings before pulling something out. Even as I sway left and right to get a peek, Valerie does a good job of hiding it. What could she be up to? Give me your hands. I'd rather not. She instantly satting, showing me a faux sad puppy dog expression. I won't do anything bad, I promise. I'm still reluctant. I'm not one for surprises, but I also know that Valerie's level of persistence will outlast my level of resistance. I sigh while raising both of my hands in front of me. Now close your eyes. Excuse me? Trust me. I do. Kind of. Okay, secondary side tangent, because I just saw the comments. I want to thank you guys. Like, I'm putting down the glass shield that I try to put up for streams and stuff. I know it's a very thin glass shield, but you know, we gotta make sure we put up those barriers. I will never be able to articulate how grateful that I am to have you guys. I always, going on like long emotional tangents about my own self, you know, I always feel weird about it. Because, like, it's like, oh, you're just airing out, you know, your history to anybody who will listen, and I know that's not what people are thinking, but it doesn't stop the thoughts from popping in. And so by the time it's over, it's like, well, that's all out there now. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for letting me have these thoughtful tangents, because I don't see them enough. I know in this day and age of content creation, a lot of streaming is reacting to silly things and things happening and, you know, over the top reactions. And being able to be pensive, I think is the word, maybe. Being able to have those moments where we can just stew in an emotion and just talk about it. I feel like that is needed in the content creation world, as it were. And I'm happy that I get to do that, and that you guys let me do that. I cannot explain how grateful I am to have this community. This community has honestly become, like, probably my pride and joy at this point. So thank you for everything. With that being said, wall going back up. Silly gay game, guys! Silly gay game! Sighing one more time, I slowly close my eyes. I can hear Valerie's clothes rustling against each other as she moves. I feel her take hold of my left hand. She's warm. She rubs her thumb against my palm gently, like how one would pet a small stray kitten to make it comfortable. She slips something over my fingertips, something soft and woolly? My fingers wriggle before she does the same to my right hand. Her fingers feel rougher and more calloused on this side. Is it all the years of playing guitar? Don't think that I could ever articulate how much you matter to me. You've impacted who I am as a person in the best way possible. If it wasn't for you, I don't think I'd be the person I am today. If I ever get the chance to meet you IRL, expect a big southern bear hug and big piles of food to be made. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'll try and keep you guys in the loop for whenever I go to cons and stuff. Open your eyes. The dim lighting from the candle shined too brightly when I first opened my eyes. Once I've adjusted, I see that what she put on my hands. Gloves? Navy blue woolen gloves. The kind I've seen in shops all around town. They're a perfect fit, and they feel especially cozy this late at night. What's this for? You like them? Yes, very much so, but I'm curious as to why the sudden gift. Upon hearing my answer, Valerie's face lights up with a brilliant smile, one of many that she's shown me lately. She sways back and forth on the heels of her feet as she speaks. I knew you'd appreciate them. You don't seem to be used to the weather here yet, and I'm worried about your fingers getting cold. The warmth from the gloves extends to my chest. That's very considerate of you, Valerie. Actually, I have something for you, too. Her eyes widen in surprised excitement. What? Really? What is it? Hold on a moment. I walk to my bag and open it to reveal a neatly wrapped present sitting on top of everything else. I hand it to her with both hands. Wow, it's even gift-wrapped! She accepts it, carefully holding the parcel up in the air, inspecting it. Gives it a gentle squeeze. Soft! She raises it slightly before letting it drop a few times. And it's light. You don't want to open it now, you can wait till you're home. No, I'll open it now! I just wanted to make a guess of what's inside. She tears the paper off with no delicacy, revealing an orange beanie. Her eyes light up almost as brightly as the fake candles. Oh, wow, you got this for me? My cheeks heat up a little from the embarrassment. I've never received a reaction like that before. The smile stretches from ear to ear. Yes, I wanted to give you something as a sign of gratitude. Say thanks for helping me acclimate to Canada. And, I guess, for being my friend. I don't even know what to say! I realize I've been twiddling my thumbs the whole time. Feel free to try it on. Okay! Valerie slips the beanie over their head and wraps the extra long ear covers around their neck like a scarf. It really does suit her. She strikes a supermodel pose and purses her lips forward. I guess that's the type of face she thinks a model would make. How does it look? Stylish? It suits you very well. Her giggle is contagious. I've actually seen this before. Did you get it from the shop in the center of town? Yes, I did. Wasn't it expensive? No, not really. At least not by my standards. We should take a photo. A photo? Yeah, to capture the moment in time and memorialize it forever as a digital wallpaper on my phone. Forever is a bit much. She isn't listening. Valerie's already skipping back to her bag to get her phone. This time she clumsily knocks over her bag, something I did not expect to see fall out. Knitting needles. She grabs them with haste and tries to hide them behind her back. What are those? Nothing. She is a Don't you tell me that you knitted those yourself! No! No! That's so cute! Ah! I stand my ground with my arms crossed in front of my chest, looking down with the same authority as a teacher questioning a rebellious student. Well, my attempts at the same level of authority. It seemed to work as Valerie hangs her head and sheepishly reveals the knitting needles from behind her back. I didn't know you could knit. I don't. Well, not really. I did try to, though. I don't understand why she would be embarrassed to lie about this. Knitting looks fun and a relaxing hobby to have. I wanted to make a pair of gloves for you. They were going to be amazing. I looked down at the gloves. Did she make these? But in the end, he crouches back into the bag and pulls something strange out. It's small and raggedy and only about half the size of my hands. It's uneven. Oh, she tried. But she tried, though. That's even cuter. That's even cuter because it didn't work out. Oh my god. Just your tail of yarn extending out from one corner. I couldn't quite get it right. Curiously reached my hand towards it. Did you make this for me? He hands the square over. It's soft and her fingers brush. It was my first attempt. Although I guess you could say the one here is actually my... I guess you could say this one here is actually my 7th. It's so poorly made that some parts where the knitting is too tight and other parts where it's too loose. Thought I'd be able to pick it up quickly, since that's usually the case with any instrument. Aren't knitting needles just kind of like drumsticks? The color is a lovely blue, lighter than the navy blue gloves I'm wearing right now, but slightly different hue to the color of my dress. I'll get rid of it, so hand it back. Oh. I tightly clutch the woolen square. I can't turn my eyes away from it. Somehow I'm mesmerized by it. I'd like to keep it, if that's alright with you. You would? Yes, even though you weren't able to finish it, this is perhaps the first time anyone's ever done something like this for me. Since the very beginning, I've thought of Canada as an uncomfortable, cold place, but standing in front of Valerie right now, it feels warm and welcoming. Thank you. I'm met with no response from Valerie, unusually. When I raise my eyes for her gift to see her face, I see her smiling, but this is different from her usual smile. It's not silly, playful, or filled with overbearing confidence. Not this time. This time she's smiling with her soul, as if to thank me for something when I'm the one feeling grateful to her right now. She begins to speak. Cadence, do you... Valerie pauses, her cheeks flushing a dark red hue. It's really cute. As if noticing the amusement decorating my features, she turns away and looks at the window the moonlight is streaming from. She bashfully looks back at me, rubbing her neck nervously. Cadence, do you want to look at the night sky with me? I would love to, Valerie. I'm going to die! Outside, snow falls like dancing fairies, reflecting off the moonlight frozen wings before they pirouette down to the ground. The sky is their dance floor. The get-out tempo of my heartbeat is their music. I didn't know there was such a beautiful thing in this world. Cadence? My attention snaps back to Valerie. It's hard to see her face, but I can tell that she's tugging on the beanie wrapped around her neck. Yes, Valerie? She scooches closer, giving me the perfect opportunity to rest my head on her shoulder. I'm excited for our performance. My lips curl into a small smile. Me too. I'm looking forward to playing your song. Our song, Cadence? Our song. He corrected me twice. Thought of claiming it to be our song warms me. Valerie really does appreciate me. Yes, sorry. Our song. I'm looking forward to playing our song. I had a great quote on the internet this morning. Love is friendship set to music. God, you're not friends. You are more than that. You just haven't seen it yet. God damn it! How many times are we going to have to explain to you, old... How many times do we have to teach this lesson? Let that sink in. Okay, fine, but fine. Let me go and let them in. They've been standing outside for who knows how long. They're plumbing this probably. Come on in. Hey then. Didn't even want to come in. You guys made it awkward. An Akko Taco moment. I shouldn't be allowed to make bits. Both of them are dense as doorknobs. They are so dense. Okay, just simple. You cannot tell me you did not choose that with it. You can't tell me that you didn't choose that with intent. Your outfit, I can understand. The way that you hold yourself and you talk with people, I get. I can put it aside. But you chose that pin! My usual attire follows one basic principle. Comfort. A simple t-shirt, a pair of comfy jeans are enough for me. If I could live out my life wearing a onesie all the time, I would. But from time to time, social etiquette requires me to suit up and show off what a beautiful butterfly I am. A fitted orange dress shirt with unnecessary ruffles at the front, covered with a plain black blazer with shoulder pads even MJ couldn't pull off. A colorful treble clef pin sits proudly on my left lapel. High-waisted tailored black slacks and heels high enough to give me an air of sophistication without fall risk. The little treble clef one that's the color of the goddamn lesbian flag! find myself periodically stretching my arms and rolling my shoulders back. Although I find these clothes uncomfortable, I have to admit, I look really dang good. Valerie, I'm back! Cadence returns to the ballroom, having applied her makeup. Not that she needs to wear any. She wears a gorgeous black, flowing, A-line dress that reaches down to her ankles. The points of her glittery silver heels poke out from under her dress. As she passes me, I feel the velvety smooth fabric brush up against my forearm. Looking good. I raise 2 thumbs up and smile to show my approval. Thank you. You don't look too bad yourself. I straighten my lapel with a smirk. Thanks, but have I ever looked bad? Walk over to our designated seats, passing a few of my classmates along the way. There's a mix of nervous and excited faces, plus one student who looks like they haven't slept a wink. And, of course, there's always that one person with a smug look on their face that shouts, "My confidence is through the roof!" That person's me. She's not quite as arrogant as me, but Cadence also seems unfazed and not worried at all. She sits down with perfect posture, stretches out her arms, completing a couple of warm-up exercises, before turning to me with a smile. You have an interesting look on your face, Valerie. Are you feeling confident? Indeed I am. Yeah, we got this in the bag. She cocks her head to the side curiously. You must have nerves of steel. Most people are nervous before a performance, even if it's just a little... Not really. I may just be distracted by you. Her eyes widen. What do you mean? Did I do something strange? No, I just like watching you, that's all. Cadence narrows her eyes before twirling a lock of hair between her fingers. Please, don't distract me when we're about to go on stage, otherwise the past few months that we've spent together preparing for today will have been for naught. Don't be like that, Cadence. Even if I get a poor mark for this last assignment, it won't be for naught. I mean, I got to meet you after all. Her expression softens for a moment. I even notice a little smile that she tries to hide, but soon replaces that smile with a stern look even my mother has never given me. Please take today more seriously. I really am. I raise both hands up in defeat. I am the older one between us, so why is she obviously the more mature one? It's the trauma. When someone seems older than you, despite being younger, it is because of the trauma. And it might not be like it might not be like child that kind, like crazy trauma, like trauma that like is legit like monstrous, but the expectations that they were held to definitely had to have left an effect on them. We continue waiting for our turn, our designated seats. We have a side view of each performance by my peers. Despite the obvious butterflies in their stomachs, so far everyone that's performed has been amazing. I'll give credit where it's due. With this level of skill everyone before me has shown, I'm feeling a little more competitive than usual. They're pretty good. Cadence whispers in my ear, her gaze never leaving the violinists on stage. Perhaps I should take up violin after this. Yeah, but we're gonna be better. Playfully nudge her with my elbows, getting me a small eye roll from her. The music ends with a dramatic outro. The sound of strings linger a little longer before the girl on stage takes a bow. She exhales an anxious breath that she must have been holding on to. We in the audience applaud her, some more enthusiastically than others. What does it say about me? It says what I said. It says that you have experienced some stuff that has led you to end up being more mature. You had to grow up too quick, and I apologize for that. Well, I didn't have anything to do with it, but I apologize that you had to go through it. Even if you don't recognize it. As she walks off stage, the professor in charge of the course grabs the microphone from the seat and from the seat at the very front of the stage and calls my name. Next up, Valerie. He pauses while reading Cadence's name. With her friend Cadence, performing the composition on piano. I stand up before Cadence and offer her my hand. She takes it with a smile. In contrast to when we first met and how cautious she was about being my pianist, she's grown to trust me and is more willing to follow my lead. We walk up on stage and Cadence positions herself beside the piano. A YGL-10 baby grand piano in glossy ebony, while I stand in front facing my professor. Hi everyone! My name is Valerie and this is Cadence. I take a deep breath to prepare my speech. When I first began composing my song, I wanted to tell a story. A story of unanticipated pain, haunting sorrow, lingering heartbreak, a story to touch the soul and bring the listener to tears. But I had a problem. I couldn't relate. I personally haven't experienced anything in my life that made my heart ache into the late hours of the night. How could I possibly touch the hearts of listeners when my own heart hasn't even been moved? And I assumed that, like me, many of my peers would also struggle to enjoy a song that they couldn't relate to. That's why I needed to change the story that we're about to tell. This song is no longer about pain or sorrow that comes with heartbreak. Instead, this is a song that tells the story of pushing past all that, and working towards your dreams, achieving your goals, and experiencing the love that comes from spending time with your friends and family. This song is about the future, and how we have the ability to make it absolutely wonderful. This is Love's Crescendo. Okay. Sight of an angel playing heaven's anthem. That is the only way for me to describe Cadence's performance. Although I've heard her song so many times this past semester, from its earliest conception in my mind to our final practice last night, what I just witnessed is beyond anything I could have imagined. My professor applauds with unenthusiastic and unimpressed clapping before noting something down on my assessment form and directing Cadence off stage. I'm sure he's seen and heard hundreds of students during this time at university. Would it kill him to look like he's enjoying these compositions even a little bit? Cadence and I return to our seats as the next student takes the stage. I feel a tug on my sleeve. How was I? You were absolutely incredible, Cadence. The smile eases with more relaxed state. I didn't think she was worried at all, but perhaps even a seasoned pianist like herself still needs a little reassurance from time to time. How can I help her? I know. We should celebrate. Let's go out for La Pomme de Terre again. She interrupts me with a self-gratifying smile on her face. I want to give it to you for the finally pronouncing it correctly, but no. Let's go out for something a little more fancy this time. She tilts her head to the side with curiosity and perhaps a hint of doubt at the mention of fancy. Oh my god, you're wearing the gifts! My poor, hopeless, romantic heart can't take it! So help me, if you don't kiss by the end of this, I will riot! My heart will leap out of its chest and find the dev! The evening sun bathes the streets in a cozy orange hue. In contrast to the chilly air, it's still damp from last night's snowfall. I guide Cadence through the quiet streets, walking side by side and enjoying the sight of her hair swaying left and right with every step. We walk up to a small French-themed creperie, with red and white curtains framing the windows. Above the door is a sign written in gold cursive, the name, Crepe Escape. See? Fancy, right? It may have booths. I'm not gonna. No, this is a cute moment. I'm not about to ruin it. I need OC. If y'all want to make OCs, feel free, because this is adorable. I bet the creator of this game would love to see more people making themselves in this like place. A bell chimes loudly to alert the servers of our arrival when I open the door. After you. Thank you. Cadence is quick to remove her coat when she steps into the heated little restaurant. We're greeted by one of the servers, dressed in black and white with a stylish red beret, who shows us to the table by the window. Here are the menus. Would you like to start with any drinks? I straighten my posture and tilt my nose to the sky, pulling off the snootiest voice I can. I'd like your finest bottle of champagne. Nope. Did I miss something? We don't serve champagne, but we have pop, juice, tea, coffee, and water. I take a moment to carefully read through the drinks menu. I'll just have a glass of water, please. A lemonade for me. Sure. He's quick to turn and leave. I guess my joke wasn't as funny as I thought it was. When I look back at Cadence, she's trying to hide a smile in her hand and doing a poor job at it. Maybe it's a funny joke, I just had to find the right audience. So how'd you feel when you were up on stage today? Cadence brushes a loose lock of golden hair behind her ear. The same as I usually do. And what's that? Her lips curl into a blissful smile. Lost in the moment. That's a good answer. Spoken like a true musician. I know exactly what you mean. Doesn't it feel like you're in a world of your own making? She looks at me quizzically, not quite agreeing with what I'm saying. What do you mean? When I'm playing, I feel like I'm in my own bubble. I control what I see and hear, and everything that's not important sort of just fades away. I see. Or a better example would be comparing it to wearing noise-canceling headphones. That's not quite how I would describe it, but I can see why you would think that way. Well, how would you describe it? A bit hard for me to put into words. Oh, feel free, Purple. Like, I am always down for people making art no matter what. Legitimately. Like, I am always of the opinion of, Yo, it's PT! The tour has arrived! I'm not usually late enough to have the tour arrived here. Hello, everybody! Welcome in, welcome in. My name is Term. I am the Axolotl of the Lighthouse. I do my best to create a calm and cozy atmosphere for those of us just trying to find refuge from the storms of day-to-day life. It looks like you guys were just chatting. What were you guys chatting about? Currently we're playing some Love's Crescendo, a very wholesome and cute visual novel about a lesbian romance. Join us in this epic game. It's very good. It's very cute. I would definitely recommend it. It's got like it breaks up the formula of visual novels by having like little musical mini games that you get to play in between sections, which really fit thematically with everything. I'm really happy with how everything has been going. I do understand that it's probably getting late for you guys, so do feel free to go ahead and get yourself some rest, go out, get yourself something to eat, go take a nap, after stream care and all that. With that being said, I'm gonna hop back into this game real quick, because we're getting close to the end, and these they need to talk about the fact that they have feelings for each other, because they haven't talked about it. Like they have done so many romantic gestures, but Bit hard for me to put into words. I'd love to hear you try. I guess when I'm performing, it feels more like time has stopped. She pauses, and I can see that she's trying to think of a way to elaborate. The way she tilts her head slightly to the side and purses her lips as she thinks is quite cute. Like everything that's happened before I touch the piano, and everything that will happen after I step away, it all just sort of fades from my mind. The only time that I feel like I'm really alive is when I'm in that moment of playing. I can't really think of a better way to explain that feeling, so that will have to do for now. That's pretty fascinating. We don't often have very in-depth conversations, but discussing the differences between our experience with music is indeed intriguing. After all, although what we experience might differ, music still brought Cadence and me together. Now it's a matter of figuring out where we want it to take us from here. Here are your drinks. Are you ready to order? I've snapped back to reality when 2 tall glasses of ice are placed on the table between us. Server empties a bottle of lemonade into one and a bottle of water into the other. Yes, I'd like to order the crepes with spiced pear, ricotta, and Belgian dark chocolate, please. Fancy. Cadence rolls her eyes but continues to smile at me. I'll have the strawberry and rhubarb crepes then. The server jots down the order before returning to the kitchen. I can't wait to eat. I'll admit I'm also pretty hungry. Have you had crepes before? Yes, but they were like Japanese-style crepes. What are Japanese-style crepes like? They're just different types of filling. The one I had like lettuce, tuna, corn, and like mayo in it. My eyes widen as big as my mouth. I've never had crepes like that before. There's a little shop in Sydney that sells them. Maybe I should visit you in Australia. Casual comment that left my mouth before my brain even finished putting the sentence together. That's not such a bad idea. Hey, would that actually be alright with you if I went to Australia? Would you show me around? Cadence's chestnut brown eyes start glimmering slightly with what I hope was excitement, but the way she averts her gaze and fiddles with a lock of her hair makes me think otherwise. Do we even have time to take an overseas holiday? Why wouldn't I? He focuses her gaze back at me and leans a little closer. Aren't you graduating soon? Don't you need to start job hunting? I've already started. Really? Her tone is filled with disbelief. Yeah. Cadence, I've known what I wanted to do my whole life, ever since I was a kid. It's been my dream to create music that's emotional and tear-jerking. It wasn't easy for me, and I'm not the type of person to be swayed by emotions myself. I know. But you've been a real inspiration for me while composing, Cadence. Her cheeks flush a vibrant shade of red. I've already applied for internships with a couple studios here in Canada, but you know that music is a global language. I could even look for work in Australia. Her face lights up. She doesn't even try to hide the excitement at that idea. That's true. You could. Her lips soften into a content smile. I know I might not seem the type, but I do think about my future a fair bit. And to be honest, I think of a future with you in it wouldn't be so bad. Dare I say it, might actually be enjoyable. You don't say. Cadence places her hands on the table in front of her. I don't know if that was meant to be a sign, but I decided to take it as my cue to reach my own hands forward. Her hands are warm. She's a little surprised by the sudden contact, but doesn't withdraw from the grasp. Her eyes dance like the candlelight between her hands and my face. She smiles. I've always had my future laid out for me by my parents, so I haven't had to think about it too much, but I also think a future with you doesn't sound too bad. Like our musical performances, we both became lost in the moment. Time stops and all the surrounding noise seems to just fade away. Timing is perfect. I take control and lean forward over the table. Cadence follows my lead. Yes, 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 yes! She accompanies me in a gentle kiss that lasts for 2 beats of our hearts. And just like that, we've reached the conclusion of our song. Two years later! Look at that! Zoom in. Enhance. Enhance. I need to see this. You see the pictures in the background are them. Oh, it's adorable. The pride flag and the plushies. They got a whole house now. 2 years later. I'm awakened by the jingle of plates and bowls, metal cutlery clinking against crockery, and cupboards slamming shut. The beats of heavy footsteps and the familiar hum of one of my favorite songs joins in. Wakey wakey, eggs and bakey. Bakey being short for bacon! I run over, turning away from the dim morning glow seeping in from the window. To face the shining, bright smile of my partner, Valerie. Good morning. I finally get a waft of freshly cooked bacon and eggs. Valerie hovers the plate in front of me before pulling back. Come on, let's have breakfast at the table. I don't dawdle, getting out of bed and getting dressed in under a minute before exiting the bedroom and walking into our open kitchen. I join Valerie at the table, sitting next to her and picking up the glass of orange juice that she's freshly poured. Are you nervous about today? Not really. Not even a little? Nope. What about you? Are you nervous? Of course not. And you know what? We're both gonna smash it today. Yeah, we definitely will. Today's a big day in more ways than one. More ways than 2, even. Not even today, our 2-year anniversary, has it also been the release day of the movie that Valerie has been working on. After taking part in a couple small projects with her friends and networking within the industry, she's interviewed for a position with a globally successful production studio over a year ago. She landed the role, of course. I couldn't be more proud. She's been working like a dog on this movie, and we'll both be attending the premiere later tonight. But that's just 2 out of the 3 things we're celebrating. The third? Well, today's my final performance for my university degree. I'll be performing a solo piano piece that I composed mostly by myself. Valerie did contribute a little, with a few suggestions. I'm excited to finally be completing my degree here in Canada. You moved to Canada! They didn't go to Sydney, they went to Canada! I guess that makes sense, getting away from the parents. I returned to Australia in my second year because that was the original arrangement for the study abroad program. But I was able to reapply with considerable ease and was granted a change of universities. So I'll officially be graduating here in the spring of next year. My parents were shocked when I told them I wanted to finish my studies in Canada, but they weren't against it, and I've come to visit twice over the past 6 months. They were even more shocked upon meeting Valerie, and that's a story for another day. The end of one journey is the beginning of another, as they say. You still haven't told me what you decided to call your song, Cadence. Valerie leans over the table with a cheeky smile. Should I be flattered? I roll my eyes. These past 2 years, her ego has only seemed to have gotten bigger. But I guess her unwavering confidence is one of the things I love about her. You might like the title. Really? What is it? Stretch my hand over to playfully pinch her nose, causing her to scrunch her face. Love's Conclusion. Love's Conclusion! Oh, that's adorable. Let's look at the CG gallery. Oh my god. We got all the CGs, which is very nice. Let me start at the back here. I love this game. I really loved this game. This was an adorable game. I know that I'm gonna have a lot of reading in the near future because a lot of the games I have set up for this month are visual novels, and I will say, to all you up-and-coming game devs out there that are making like a game to talk about your experience as whatever identity you might be identifying as. I love visual novels, but can we please get some other games? Because there's only so many games. There's only so many. Can we get a sequel of her meeting the parents? Oh god, I feel like if they meet the parents, like they're gonna like Valerie's gonna hate them. Valerie's gonna hate the parents because it's just like you put so much expectations on your kid. Like, granted, like you're cool, but like, you know, just like amazing art, amazing story that really tugs at not just the heartstrings, but the emotions that seem to almost like just completely engulf anyone who's had an experience in the music making industry of sorts, whether it be in high school learning instruments and getting that, and you know, learning how to be a good musician, or going to competitions and things like that. Just so many amazing, I love it. I love every bit of it. Now, there are a couple other songs in here. So I think I'm going to play one more of these before we end. Oh, okay. Let me say that again. To all you up-and-coming game devs who are wanting to make a game about your identity if you are in the LGBT, I'm not gonna say what you should make, but I'd really appreciate it if we had some more variety, because a lot of these games are visual novels. I don't want to I don't want to bash visual novels. Visual novels are lovely. I love them with every fiber of my being. But God, is it like a majority of the LGBT style games that I see? And granted, seeing a love story when most of other story-based medias don't go with that, probably it makes sense. But also, I'd love to see more. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't stop living your truth, but God, what I wouldn't give for some more game, some more genres. Okay, I'm gonna give this one a try, and this will be the last one for today. I loved every bit of this game, from beginning to end. They really knew how to make a game feel and even though I know that this game doesn't have other endings, it still made me worry. Because I was really worried that things weren't going to work out. And I'm happy that I was wrong. Because I want nothing more than to see these people get together. I can't wait to see more. I can't wait to see what more comes out of these games. I assume this dev has other games that they're working on, probably other visual novels. And I can't wait to see what more stories they tell, if they do. Yeah, seems like my average is roughly like a B. Maybe we do one more. Goofy moments? Let's end off on a goofy moment. A goofy movie. Hey, look at you! There's a whole list of... My man is here. Look at him. Oh, that's amazing. There's so many songs. There's so many songs. My time at university, Valerie's theme. Restaurant vibes. I might do the jam session. I know I'm just extending the time right now. There we go. Okay. If I stick around, I'm not gonna be able to do anything. All right. We'll go ahead and quit the game. We're gonna go ahead and head on out for the night. Let me find someone to raid real quick. That was really fun. That was really fun. I had a blast. Let's see. I might send you guys off to Nanamill. You have snacks to consume. I do have snacks to consume. What is Nanamill doing? They only just started, so I'll send you guys off to Nanamill. Raid. Where are they? Raid Nana Middle. Alright, there we go. Be sure to tell them all hello. Make sure to use the raid message. I'll be sure to have those snacks. And, thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you later. Bye!